Good evening and welcome. This is the April 16th, 2025 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses including plan development, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will make either a final determination or send its recommendation to the City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo, Commissioner Berlin,
Present.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Mabadi,
Here.
Commissioner Mangum, Commissioner Mudinchev, Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Schillenwall.
Here. With 5 members present, we have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff are neighborhood and land use planner Megan Jones, planning manager Liz Williams, policy and community development Sarah Flax, planning and policy supervisor Aaron Baines. This is a formal hearing, and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time out of respect for the presenter, the audience, the Land Use Commission, and so all testimony may be accurately recorded. At this point, now we have 6 members present. Commissioner Mirinchev is just joining us. Where we are, this is the comprehensive plan public hearing, the continuation. As I think everyone in the room knows, the public testimony closed on April 4th, so we will not be taking public testimony this evening. Instead, this is the beginning of the Land Use Commission's deliberation on this matter. So I don't need to swear anyone in, but I will mention that all of our meetings are audio and video recorded, and so we all need to be cognizant that all proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. So with that, as I said, our focus is on really focusing especially on the policies and objectives, or policies and actions of the comprehensive plan. And the goal this evening is to get through the entire document so that staff is in a position to make refinements to the document so that we can consider a updated draft at our next hearing on May 21st. So I think with that, I will turn it over to staff. What do we need? Oh, and also from staff joining us is Steve Ruger. That's okay. Should I clarify that? Okay, just want to reiterate, we will not be taking any public testimony on the comprehensive plan this evening. At all of our meetings, after we conclude the public hearing for this evening, there is an opportunity for public comment, but it will not be part of the record for the.
It won't impact any of your discussions
No,
or decisions.
no.
Like public comment.
Okay. Is there? The next meeting of the public hearing will be continued to May 21st. But again, at that point, the commission is still going to be deliberating, so we will not be taking public testimony at that time either. But as always, public comment is always welcome. Okay, I think. Oh, and Commissioner Mangum has also joined us, so we now have 7 members present, which I believe is our full complement at the moment.
Glad to see it.
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, folks, I'm Erin Baines. I'm the Planning and Policy Supervisor here at the City of Evanston. It's been a pleasure. We've had many conversations here, so we're excited to extend that into tonight. A little bit of a review as to how tonight will be laid out. I'll point your attention to our presentation here. We'll first begin with some themes that were identified from public comments and then, of course, from the commissioners themselves, and then we'll move into the review process. So that will start off with what you see in front of you is a review packet. This is meant to just consolidate some of those comments that were made, that were called out on the Word document, that streamlined everyone's feedback, and now we're here to review those items. So the first set of pages you will see is for consent items. That is meant to really hone in on some simpler issues, probably not needing discussion, and then the second will be those items for discussion. We, of course, collected a variety of themes throughout public comment. These were written. These were the items that we took in at our Land Use Commission meetings. These were different sentiment that were aired over the course of our community engagement. So you'll see there's quite an extensive list, so just something to remember and be cognizant of this evening. Moving into the themes that are especially identified tonight, you'll find some core items: content, housing diversity, development, the Urban Design Committee, the lakefront, affordable housing, public buildings, programming, brownfields and environmental hazards, diversity, and preservation. So again, just to reiterate, we'll start off with the consent agenda. So these are items that had minor edits that don't need extensive discussion or where there may already be a universal agreement upon. And then similar to the City Council's consent agenda, that will be voted on in bulk or in buckets, however you choose to approach that. And then they will be voted on to incorporate as changes. Secondly, you'll see your items for discussion. So these are your larger policy changes, your meatier items, if you will. That's where the commission will have its extended discussion and focus, and where staff especially seeks to find your direction for our next set of revisions. Non-action items tonight, so things that don't warrant discussion, that are not highlighted in the consent or the regular agenda. Red lines, we really appreciate the work that you've put into your feedback for us. However, we could edit this document as much as the day is long. So today we're really focusing on content and some areas where we really need some determination on your behalf. Charts, graphs, and data, of course, will be determined and streamlined according to that feedback. Typos, different things that are editor level, are also not here for additions or changes. Content changes, anything that was duplicative, so things that were represented in other chapters or were reflected in your peers' comments. And then alternates tied to already present within the draft, similar to anything being duplicated. And then items that already have consent across the commission do not need to be extended because you already agree. And with that, we can go ahead and get started.
Okay. I think, I don't know if everybody's had a chance to review the items for consent vote. Are there any items that people feel that should be removed from this? Or do we have questions?
So, just want to be clear. So this packet items, beginning with items for the consent vote, is the first time we're all just looking at it in this format. So we probably just need a moment to
Take your time.
look it through.
So as you look it over, I'll explain a little bit of the way as to how this is organized. Your first several pages are for that consent vote. Again, kind of the low-hanging fruit here in this discussion. The next set are your items for discussion. They are in order of the chapters. Having a little bit of conversation with staff, we would like to do preservation first and foremost, and then we will go ahead and move one through the end. The next set is just a recategorization of those items that are already listed on that discussion sheet. They are sorted, however, not by chapter, but by themes. So those themes that were identified in our slide in the presentation, just another way for you to look at things if you'd like to get your head wrapped around it. And the last 2 pages are the requested additions. These were sent to you several days ago. Again, these are items that staff acknowledge needs to be changed or added to the comprehensive plan in its next iteration. And so therefore we are acknowledging that we hear you, we've seen your comments, we've heard those comments and recognize that those changes need to be made for you in your next revisions.
Is any-
I just have a quick question, Aaron. I'm sorry, my page numbers are not lining up with the page numbers listed on the document.
So those are the page numbers that are with the original document, not the one that is in the packet. The page numbers change in the packet because of the addition of the agenda at the cover.
Is there a key like +1 page, or it's not that simple?
Not in the packet itself, though. I would direct the commission back to their personal folders in the Google Drive. That's where that annotated list is.
Okay. Thanks.
Is there any discussion? What?
There's the PDF page number, and there's the page number within the image. It's generally off by just 2.
So, Aaron, do you mind just coming over here, and because I am pulling up the one in my. We can do it across the.
So this broadly is page
Yeah.
3. It's using a PDF and repeating off the first 2 sentences. This page +2. All right, so I have a question on, it says here page 9, which I believe will be page 11 on my. I'll be right back. I gotta find it and I'll ask my.
Take your time. To clarify for the commission as well, the numbers that you see on your consent vote sheet do not correspond with anything else except for the consent vote list itself. So that is organized so that if you did want to pull one of those items, you'll just call it out from that sheet on its own. The page numbers, however, will coincide with that original PDF on the Google Drive. And if you are looking at the one in the agenda packet, you will add 2 pages to that number. So for example, page 9 will be page 11.
So just to use a specific example, on the item for consent vote, under Chapter 1 Introduction 1.6, add create incentive programs that will, if I don't know if I think the word incentive should be in there because is that how we want to spend the money? So maybe we want it to be create programs. You're saying I could say I support all these except this one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then when we do pull those items, they will be open to the commission for discussion with the other items called out for discussion in that
So it would
second
be
set of
moved.
papers.
You can pull it from the consent agenda.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
So similar to city council in an unofficial capacity.
Just again to clarify, the Chapter 1 introduction, is that just Chapter 1 or does that include the Chapter 2 as well? Looks
Just
like.
chapter 1.
Right. I don't, yeah, I,
I don't have this access, so I was.
okay.
I have a question on 5.2.
Go ahead.
5.2, page 28, add Northlight Theater. I don't see that in the packet version.
It's in the section involving the second ward.
Oh, it's that ad. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Gene, can I ask you a
Yes.
question?
Yes,
As far as the order of the meeting, after the consent vote,
then we'll go into discussion.
of
the-
requested, like, of this one?
Yes, so, yes,
Items for discussion or topics for discussion?
items for
Items.
discussion.
So topics for discussion are just those items put into
And
different
you will
buckets.
note,
Different way to look at it.
and you're gonna note that in some some of the consent items, they're listed, and then there are certain chapters that are for discussion in that same chapter. So there's some chapters that have consent agenda, consent vote items, and then some have also discussion items.
Right, okay, and so these are just the same, they're just organized different?
Correct.
Yes.
Together. All right, thank you.
You will notice too, a lot of the topics across chapters have similar themes. So sometimes it's easier to contextualize them just with the theme themselves and then identify if there's one common thread there in what direction the commission needs to provide that clarity.
Got it, thank you.
Okay?
Technology is hard. Technology is hard.
All right. Do any of you have items from the consent vote that you'd like to pull? Or are you still looking?
I need a few more minutes.
Okay. All right.
So I actually have a question. And I get that this is something that is going to be looked at over the course of the next 20 years. So I will be in my early 80s when we do this again. So that means a lot of people will be looking at this. So I'm curious, when we think of this aspirationally, we can pretty much agree to almost anything we want if it sounds good. But like, I don't know what some of this means. Like when it says work with transit agencies to expand transportation, do we have any examples of what that means? Like,
Sure.
what does that mean?
That would be something like partnering with Metra to collaborate and figure out a different way to route train times, perhaps.
For example, if we are dealing with events at Ryan Stadium.
Yes. I wouldn't call that a
we're
transit
gonna be
agency,
more-
but that would be another agency for another one of our bullet points.
I see. Or if we were going to be more culturally integrated in the downtown area and have events and things that we needed to create more transit for that. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you.
So I'm concerned I'm being a little nitpicky here, but I'm just trying to do this right. So in the spirit of understanding what we're talking about. So if you look, for example, in the chapter on parks or an environment, chapter 8, where it says address historic and cultural significance of trees and landscapes as a suggested piece of language to add. I may be overthinking this, but is like address committing us to something, or it like there's a difference between saying we're going to address it and we're going to acknowledge it. And I don't know if this is a place where we need to say that's a distinction that matters or not. I'm not totally clear on what we're committing the city to doing.
So in the scope of a comprehensive plan, it should be, as Commissioner Mabadi just reiterated, a little bit more higher level, a little bit more generic and aspirational than, say, something like a strategic plan. And so in the strategic plan, that would be where you get into those granular details in terms of proposing a certain program or detailing some of those actions and policies. In this instance, assessing or acknowledging would largely leave the door open for the commissions and committees and council to come to make those decisions over the next 20 years.
So by that thinking, I would pull that one out and say this should be acknowledge or, consider as opposed to address, because then we're kind of saying we're doing it as opposed to we're thinking about how to do it.
That is absolutely up for the commission.
All right, I have a request to pull page 101, the part beginning safeguard the integrity of the city's landmarks under preservation. I think that one warrants just more discussion.
Okay,
What number is that on this list? Like 14?
14-1.
14.1.
Back to my question regarding examples. Create an incentive programs that will add more shops, restaurants, entertainment options downtown. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we do have some of that in place right now. So when we identify that, it implies that we're not doing that, so we need to do that. Do we have examples of what this is speaking to that we're not doing?
So I appreciate that question because it does point out and call out rather that some of the items that were presented by the commission are a little bit more redundant than others in that regard. It may be referencing programs that we already have in place. You could also change that language and say expand programs that we have for incentives that provide shops and whatnot downtown a reason to commit to being a resident in Evanston. So that is something that's definitely open for consideration.
I would probably reword it as to consider expanding as needed incentive programs.
Can we,
I agree with that. That was on my list.
do we want to pull that one then and do that during discussion? Anything else?
That's 1.6.
1.6. on the introduction.
Give me one more second. on this.
same.
Okay?
Can you explain 14.4? I'm not quite following it.
In that instance, there were just a couple of words that were added to the existing language in the draft. It does not stray too far from what's already in the draft, so expanding it wouldn't really change that sentence inherently. So that's, again, why that's on the consent agenda.
Okay, thanks.
And then we have revitalize key corridors and neighborhood centers. Again, what does that mean? Like, are we now going to provide renovation funds for,
Which one?
that would be 1.7, page 12. Revitalize key corridors at neighborhood centers, maintain focus on revitalizing key commercial corridors. Now, the streets that are identified, there are some parts of those streets that I can readily say, boy, we really could use some capital infusion. It's a question, is that the role of the government or is that role of the market? And so that's what I'm trying to understand when we're talking about revitalization. That's a big word to use. It has a lot of math behind it that is confusing to me. So that's why I want to understand what that means.
Want to pull
Okay.
it?
Pull it.
I guess that's what yeah. So I should just skip all that and say pull it.
Yeah,
Pull it.
and then we'll discuss it
Yep.
later.
I'm catching on. Okay.
So that's
Okay.
1.7
Yes.
And 1.6 we have pulled at the moment.
1.6.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 1.8, just the and grow. Of course, we should support the museum community and maybe we'll grow it, but I don't think and grow is inherently what we know to do.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm done.
So pulling 1.8.
Anything else? Okay, so at the moment, the items that have been pulled are 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 8.1, and 14.1. Is there anything else?
Okay, with that, then I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 8.1, and 14.1.
Is there a second? Okay. I think we can do this as a voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Now, moving right along for discussion, I think we need to take these a little out of order. Preservation is up first, and I would also suggest that we take the what we heard chapter 2, and put that at the end, because that really involves a lot of what we do with what we heard. Language. So, and I think that one of the important things is to really kind of focus on the policy and action items in the discussion. So, with that, I think there is a number, there are number of items under preservation, specific language, and I know we actually have representatives from the Preservation Commission who perhaps could answer your question that you had on what was intended or not.
Sure, where do you want to start?
Let's start at Preservation, Chapter 14.
Can you give a page number, please?
We don't have page numbers. It's right before we get into the topics for discussion. In terms of the draft that was in the packet, which is what I have, that starts on page 101. And so.
Oh, so it's page 103 of the PDF of the packet. We got it.
Are we working from items for discussion?
Items for discussion, Chapter 14, yes. And we have a couple of different alternative language for the policy statements that have been suggested by commissioners. Let me. So the
So on chapter 14, the reason I requested to pull 14.1 is because I just wanted to make sure that the language in here is striking the intent of the balance between preservation and modern flexibility. So I like the language. I like the language that's put that's currently on page 104 of the PDF. That's starting with an effective 21st century program, because it hits both, right? It says that work to balance the integrity of the city's historic resources with the increased flexibility for routine types of work, as well as innovative materials and technologies. So I guess I just want to make sure that the policy statements, the current policy statement number 1 has that first part, and I'm just trying to make sure I see the second part as well. Yeah, because I don't see it.
okay.
Does that make sense? Hey, kid.
I'm happy to try to help. I don't think I understand. Can you, how they're related? I think the proposed policy statement is just this came from, there's currently a vacuum that exists in the comprehensive plan as it relates to our existing historic resources. And there's no direct policy for the treatment of those. I would say that safeguarding those certainly allows for flexibility. I think there's a misperception, and we talk about misperceptions, that safeguarding them means that they can't change ever. That's just not how the preservation ordinance works. That's not the intent. I think change is a healthy indicator. But I think making a very specific statement that we're committed to safeguarding the historic resources that we have is important.
Right. But down the line, when people are working on preservation policy and they point to the comprehensive plan list of policy statements, they're seeing that sentence, but they're not seeing the second part of that balance statement. So I would be concerned if that second part isn't also enshrined, so to say, in the policy statements. Does that make sense?
I think maybe like an example of that flexibility might be helpful, because I think that flexibility already exists just through the process of actively managing those resources.
Sure. I guess the scenario I'm trying to avoid is down the line, years from now, when people are working on Preservation Commission's policies and procedures, they're going to point to the comprehensive plan as the guiding vision document, and it has number 1 in there, safeguard the integrity, etc. So someone might point to that and say, look, that's our primary guiding directive here in the comp plan, and voices that are also looking for that balance don't have something to point to.
And I think that was partially the initial paragraph that you looked at is the reason why we're trying to create that. I think that the intent is not to freeze these resources in amber and not allow them to change and evolve. But I also want to be very careful that they're not seen as expendable in service of some other goal. I think that's a risk.
Can I clarify? What I'm hearing is that there are things that are in that narrative in 14.1 that are not represented in policies and actions to follow. That is something that the commission is absolutely able to give to staff for us to build out. If there's something that is not added in the plan that you are seeing reflected in these additions, we can make a note of that to be presented to you in the next draft.
Yeah. Agreed.
There may be some supporting language that you will call out with some of these items that we can absolutely add as a suggestion from the commission.
Yeah.
Gene, can I ask a question? Max, whenever you,
Yes, go ahead.
while we have you up here at the podium, can I ask a couple preservation questions?
Please, yeah.
Okay. So the city's landmarks historic district built resources eligible for designation. Currently in the historic districts, the contributing structures, not the landmark structures, but the contributing structures, the compliance with preservation is largely voluntary, right?
No, actually, the ordinance doesn't draw any distinction between landmark designated properties contributing or even non-contributing. It's the way that the standards are interpreted when it talks about significant architectural features or character defining features. Some non-contributing buildings might not have those, so those standards might not apply. But the ordinance doesn't draw a distinction between those and how those resources are treated in terms of process.
And is that the same answer for the local districts as well as the national district? Is Northeast is national, right? And Oakton is national?
So there's several where those boundaries overlay each other perfectly. So they're National Register districts and they're also local districts. The National Register districts, that's celebratory. So that's there are no inherent protections for those properties. Where those protections come, where the preservation ordinance applies, that's for the local designation.
Yeah.
So there's some where they're split 50-50. The Northeast is an example where the southern half is overlaid locally. The northern half is not. Oakton has no local overlay.
Yeah. So in the Oakton National Historic District, any homeowner could do, or any property owner could do whatever they want currently with their property.
Correct.
If it's not a locally designated structure.
Correct. Yeah, and in that example, I think there's 9 to 12 landmarks in the Oakton district, and then the remaining are listed as contributing in the National Register. But yes, they can do anything to those properties through the normal permitting process. The ordinance doesn't apply.
Yeah. So in that area, in the Oakton district, as well as the Northeast Evanston, I guess it's the northern half of the district.
Correct.
Nearly all the houses have all the flexibility in the world to do what they want to their properties, right?
Correct.
And so safeguarding the integrity of the city's landmarks, historic districts, and built resources eligible for designation, we're kind of, it reads to me that the city is encouraging preservation citywide in a city that has the vast majority of the properties have a vast amount of leeway as it is now.
Correct.
I mean, we have a couple of districts that, as far as if we look at the percentage of the city's land area that are under a high degree of preservation required compliance.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a very small part of Evanston, right?
It's somewhere between 7 and 8% of parcels. Correct.
Yeah, of the parcels. So, I mean, I would say this policy statement of safeguard the integrity of the city's landmarks, historic districts, and built resources eligible for designation. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, because the amount of rules that apply in a mandatory sense at present are 7-8% of the city. And the other 92-93% of the city can do whatever they want with their property. They can participate voluntarily in the state's historic tax credit, renovation tax credit, but that's completely voluntary.
Correct.
And one of the things that really, I don't know, contributes to the character of Evanston, there aren't very many early 20th century streetcar suburbs like Evanston. I mean, there's a lot of Napervilles out there. There's a lot of post-war communities, but I personally think that statement is fine. I don't have any problem with it. I did have kind of a question about the paragraph that's above it. Would you be willing to speak as far as like the rationale to that paragraph, or was that a suggestion from somebody else?
Was that the more lengthy?
Yeah, it's like that whole
lengthy paragraph?
chunk of paragraph.
I think the intent behind that is the idea that there's often a very reductive sense of what preservation is, and I think if you look to expand a program for it to continue its relevancy to our community, you have to broaden that perception that it's not just about architectural resources and that preservation is intersectional. So it plays a role in our environment, it plays a role in housing production, it plays a role in climate resilience. So just making a point that it is involved as part of the conversation in many different ways in achieving our city's goals was important to really broaden its relevancy and impact to the community over the next 2 decades.
And was that that bigger paragraph, was that a suggestion from the Preservation Commission, or did
it was?
Okay, they identified that as,
and it's
important. This should go in,
and it's really trying to encapsulate or summarize the intent of the preservation plan that was put in place and the goals that it has, and aligning that without copying those policies and actions and initiatives word for word in the comprehensive plan. But that is the general theme of Preserve 2040 is broadening the program, expanding, making sure that it maintains its relevance to our community over time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I've collected my thoughts a little better. I love that narrative. It's great, and in particular, I like the sentence about balancing the safeguarding the integrity balanced with providing flexibility. That's a great sentence. I like it. The problem is when I read the policy statements, all 7 of them, they all seem to be in the spirit of only the first of safeguarding integrity. So I'd be happy, maybe if even someone from preservation wants to draft just number 8, and even the exact same language you used in the narrative, I think would be fine. Just so we capture both in the policy statements.
As a separate policy statement, is that what you're suggesting, or revising that?
When you say in the list of policy statements.
So at that point, in instances like this, as we go through this review, the commission's recommendation would be to add policies, and then the Preservation Commission or CAGE could come back having some of that drafted for the commission's review on the 21st.
Okay, so our recommendation is to add that to be drafted by preservation. Did I hear that right? Okay.
Is it a new policy statement?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Did you say the second half?
Yeah, I think so.
Great.
And actions as well, to actions to coincide with that policy statement?
I would assume so.
I don't know. Oh, sorry. The action is to add that. Yes.
Yes, I think we would want action statements to describe, to go with
I would
policy.
think so. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Great.
so the support is then for a new policy number 8. And
Can I ask a couple questions as well?
Sure.
On the preservation? So broadly, there's a established demolition delay procedures. I'm just sort of curious to know what that is about a little bit better. Like, what does it mean to have delayed procedures? I can guess.
Sure. Yeah. The rationale, essentially, if I can put it in its most reduced way, is that someone cannot just demolish a building that's been listed as eligible as of right. There's at least what's called a pause. It allows the commission or the city to assess its significance, and then create the opportunity where you have a dialogue with whoever the owner is to look for alternative solutions. Once that pause expires, they can demolish the building.
And we currently don't have a pause that as a sort of
No,
part of
we
the
don't. We
process?
don't. And I think the agency behind this was that we've recently lost a couple eligible resources that were just put in for a demolition permit, and it was approved
Okay.
without any review.
That's helpful context. My next question is, there's also a suggestion for increase the number of professional staff involved with, and so I'm curious to know how many do we have now, and what sort of deficits are motivating that suggestion?
So in the program's history, there's been anywhere from 1 to 2. When it first started in the 70s, there was 1, and then it evolved to 2, and then 1.5. There's 1 right now that manages the program. I think when you look at the body of resources that a city like this has, it's very significant. The number is very high. But I think the real concern, at least that the Preservation Commission has, where there are actions and initiatives that expand the program over the next 20 years in a way that would not be sustainable for just a single individual to take on. If you look at conservation districts, potentially new designations, National Register districts being potentially local districts, advisory review components, those types of things.
Currently as well, we have 2 positions for preservation-oriented tasks. One, however, is vacant at the moment.
Okay. I have one more question. It may be a little broader, but just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Is there anything in here for which, like, someone who currently owns a property that's not in a preservation district, a district is created? They already own the home, and where they have gone from owning a house that is not needing to comply with preservation rules to owning a house that is needing to comply. Is that part of this when we talk about expanding some of these boundaries and things like that?
I think that would be there was something that I think it didn't come from the Preservation Commission, but I think I saw a recommendation that was very specific about, like, the Oakland district should be a local district.
Yeah, that's in here.
Those are certainly, when you look at best practices in preservation planning, that's certainly the best practice, because that's how you actively manage and inherently protect the integrity of those resources that are listed as, in a National Register, nationally significant. But I'm not sure, is the question like inaction or something for like outreach, education and outreach with those?
No. I was just trying to understand if we're literally potentially increasing from that, like 7 to 8% of homes that are in districts to 8 to 9 or 9 to 10.
I think I saw some specific examples that related to the National Register districts that
Yeah.
don't have local.
And that would do that. Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you. I appreciate the help.
Just so I'm understanding, besides changing adding in addition to adding the policy 8, regarding the flexibility, then the other suggested edits really relate to selecting the alternate language that's included in the draft.
And Chair, I do also want to emphasize that the commission is welcome to vote in mass approval at any time. So you can choose items number 1 through 23, I approve, and we can make a motion and move forward.
Yeah.
If there's nothing that feels contentious to you, or if you want to approve things in groups, we can do that as well.
So I think in part, it seems to me that one of the choices, we have the recommendations that were submitted by the Preservation Commission in terms of language. And then we have several alternative pieces of language that were suggested by commissioners. That's correct?
Chair, some of those items suggested by commissioners that were called out may also have been submitted by the Preservation Commission. They are not mutually exclusive, if you will. It's not either or. And that's part of this practice with this exercise, is that They were sentiments that were aired by multiple stakeholders. So I don't want to limit us to thinking that each chapter is only designated to its board, commission, or committee.
No, and we've already approved certain of the changes in the consent vote.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
All right?
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve all of the changes under Chapter 14 Preservation under the section Items for Discussion as shown.
Yeah,
Well, I was going to do that separately.
okay.
I second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Can you restate the motion? I just didn't hear it the first time.
For the changes listed for Chapter 14 Preservation under Items for Discussion, I move that we approve all of those changes as is.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I seconded. Yeah, I second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, do you have another one?
Okay, and then just to follow up on the item that was pulled from the consent agenda, 14.1 under the consent agenda. I move that that particular ad is approved, and we also add an accompanying statement drafted by Preservation. Is that what I heard? Yes, to reflect the statement in the narrative about also including flexibility.
I second that motion as well.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wonder if we need a.
What? Do we need a roll call?
Oh,
Or
sorry.
you know?
Can we clarify? I'm not sure what he's asking of the Preservation Commission.
We're asking the Preservation Commission to draft a policy and actions to reflect the flexibility statement.
From the larger paragraph that
Yes.
they've, okay, all right.
Okay, and
That,
can I just ask like a point of order? So we in the previous motion, we approved everything, items for discussion, chapter 14 preservation, which included adding 14.3 safeguard the integrity of the city's landmarks, historic districts, and built resources eligible for designation.
Yes.
So did your motion include to vote again to add that?
not just the
no.
14.1, because that is the item we pulled.
Okay,
It was a motion to address the item that was pulled from the consent agenda.
okay.
Okay, so the motion's on the table.
And is it
Voted.
discussion?
Discussion, yes.
Discussion, yeah. I mean, the paragraph that was added, oh gosh, now I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. The paragraph that's on, I don't know, the one I'm looking at is page 101. It's the paragraph that says an effective 21st century preservation program lives at the intersection of affordability, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that paragraph, I think it's well said. I really don't see a need to add more to more language to other parts of the preservation chapter. I think, as Cade said, that kind of gets at the multiple intersectionalities of what preservation is all about. And for the sake of simplicity and clarity, I think that paragraph gets at gets at the spirit of what Max has suggested without adding additional language to this chapter.
Commissioner Mangum?
I agree with.
Okay, so your position is we should not add a policy 8.
Yeah, that's correct.
Any other thoughts?
I think it makes sense to add what Max is requesting, just to make sure that as we look at the policies, we are reinforcing the entirety of that paragraph and not just certain portions of it.
Commissioner Mabadi?
I'm with Max on it too. I think that trying to soften what was said in the first 7, I think we do need to add that, because I think that, there's always a question mark of what was the intent. Years later, someone's looking at this and you're like, well, what did that really mean? Well, we're trying to, as much as this paragraph that was added is pretty comprehensive, buttressing it with what Max is suggesting doesn't cause any harm. I don't think it causes any harm at all. So.
Okay, then I think we probably should do any other discussion. I think maybe we should do a roll call vote on this particular item. Okay.
Commissioner Berlin,
I'm sorry, I don't know what the word I should say to say I want this language.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Just say yes or no.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Mabadi,
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum,
No.
Commissioner Murinchev,
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktell,
Yes.
Chair Linwall.
Yes. Okay, with 5 in favor, 2 against. The motion passes. So. All right, then I think we've gotten through one of our chapters.
Yep.
All right. So now we're back to the discussion items. I would suggest that we do chapter 2, what we heard, a little later, later in the evening, because I think there's quite a bit of discussion we need to have about what goes where in terms of what we heard chapters. So I would suggest, moving right along, we go to neighborhoods and places. And in that,
So can we have a moment just to review those three items?
there are 3 items, and then I think you may want to, there are other items that we approved on the consent agenda, or consent vote, which are fine, but I think that it may be useful to look at some of the other language in that chapter. That's one of the chapters where staff has indicated, later in the chapter, we have some discussion about how we want to deal with the description of the wards. That I think I can't remember if that's one of the ones that you're going to take care of already, and we don't need to talk about it.
Correct, Chair. So that was something that was listed as requested additions. That's something that the staff has acknowledged that needs improvements and alterations, and we will move forward with such.
Okay, and then I guess the other question on that were the ones that we are going to move forward with. There's an item on the Urban Design Commission, and so that's one where we're in agreement that the Urban Design Commission is what we're talking about.
There is a policy for the Urban Design Committee as well that is listed in the list for conversation for discussion.
Okay, I don't see that. I only see it in the additional items. Oh, maybe it's there.
Chair, that's because that's in Chapter 2, what we heard. I would advise that the commission work linearly, however, with chapters so that we can maintain our focus.
No, but it says in the last couple of pages, it identifies land use, identifies the Urban Design Commission as land use policy 7, which is in this chapter.
Yes.
But not in But it's not, you know, it's also mentioned in the What We Heard chapter, but I'm just wondering why it's not on our list.
It is on page 1 of the items for discussion, Urban Design Committee, which is listed under Chapter 2, What We Heard.
Well, well,
It follows 2.8, page 10. Add establish an urban design committee to review all major projects for compliance with zoning, preservation, and urban character design guidelines, also to be created.
I was looking on just the reference on the requested additions down at the very bottom. It has Urban Design Commission, and then it has it LU7,
Yes, and
which
we
would not be in chapter 2 because the land use policies are in chapter.
Chair, there may be places where things are referenced multiple times.
Okay.
In this instance, the consent items that were agreed upon will instill that the Urban Design Committee is included. However, staff will need recommended language and policies to coincide with that.
Oh, so the question is really on under the policy 7, ensure new development supports quality design. The LU 7.1 says right now, establish an urban design committee.
I think I would recommend working chapter by chapter so that we could come to that when the time makes sense contextually.
We are in chapter 5. We are in neighborhood and places.
I think she's asking if you could do chapter 2 next.
And I'm suggesting that maybe we should do chapter. I would suggest we do chapter 2 later at the end, after we've gotten through the policy and action statements. So, chapter 5, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the, let's see, on items for discussion, chapter 5, neighborhoods and places, 5.1, page 34, where it says, change zoning regulations to remove barriers to mixed-use development that support opportunities for people to live, work, and operate businesses near transit and within mixed-use areas.
Right.
I think I like the new wording. I support that. I think changing it to encourage developments that support opportunities for people to live, work, and operate businesses near transit and within mixed-use areas. I think that's a good change.
Okay.
I think that the next one, change, develop policies, and update zoning regulations to attract, support, and retain local businesses. Changing that to develop policies and update development regulations and programs to attract, support, and retain local businesses. I think that's also a good change. I prefer the second version. And I don't know if you wanted to go point by point.
No, let's go ahead. No,
okay.
Go ahead and do the public buildings as well while we're doing it.
I guess I'll let somebody else go talk about the public buildings, or give me a second to reread it.
Okay, or we could vote on.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to approve all of the changes as shown for chapter 5 under the items for discussion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, that. Got a chance to read through.
You give me just a second to read
Sure.
the last one more carefully.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm good.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. With that, I think we're ready to move on to community systems. Chapter 6. And this one is primarily suggesting the addition of policy and actions related to basically city buildings.
I have a question.
Yes.
In some of the materials online, there was a suggestion and a question about Wi-Fi and about rainwater sewage system. Do we have anything in the suggestions or in the discussion about these two items?
So no language was proposed to support those questions, but we can absolutely open it for discussion. I would refer to my colleagues for the two questions that were asked. They are highlighted, however, in the Word document, so we could scroll to those.
My question is much more pointed to the future and what will Everstonians expect. I'm still not sure, but I believe separated sewage systems, rainwater and waste are better. And many cities in, I would say, mainly European countries have free Wi-Fi in the city. Is there something like that in the plans? Can we put it as a policy?
You're certainly welcome to recommend that as an addition.
I would say yes. That's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I would note that the library has like free hotspots that you can eliminate, rent. I think that the point of the action is making sure that anybody everywhere in Evanston can access the internet, because not everyone,
Yes.
in some places it's a cost.
Yeah, that's my point and
Okay.
wish.
So I have a couple thoughts about that. Initially, I think that's a really great idea. Then I think about fact, and maybe I'm out of sync with a different time zone on this, but I think about businesses and how they offer Wi-Fi as somewhat of an inducement. It attracts people to come into their businesses. So I'm wondering if we are, in one hand, we're creating I guess we'd call it a hotspot, a citywide hotspot for everyone to have. But on the other hand, are we discouraging people from going into cafes and places of business that has right now available Wi-Fi? So we have to think about if there's a consequence to that. If there's not, if we don't feel that way, then it's a great idea. But that's just one thing that
I would say that's a very reasonable thought, but if somebody needs the speedy Wi-Fi for business, yes, he or she will go to a cafe where there is high-speed internet. The general use internet is usually general use. It's not with the speed and the capacity of generated internet for specific use. So I think it still will be better for the citizens in Evanston and for the guests to have a Wi-Fi all over the city with the normal, let's say, use.
So let me ask you a little bit more about that. Reflecting upon the practices of other cities, as you mentioned in Europe, is that service available to me, or is it available to the citizen of that community? Like, is there some kind of process by which you can gain access if you have an ID of some sort, or you're part of the community that's demonstrated that you have a code, or how is that done? Is that just anybody can come into a town and open up the laptop and boom, they have open access, or?
As far as I know, it's different, but some of the, once again, as far as I know, some of the North countries, the Scandinavian countries, they have it free for all.
It's open, wide open.
Open wide.
Okay.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
I think the other point for making sure that everyone has access to the internet is, you look at telehealth appointments and contact, there are certain instances where you would not want to be sitting in a cafe talking to your doctor, for example, or even the library. So I think that making sure that all residents are connected to broadband is kind of an important objective moving forward. If you look at the 2000 comprehensive plan, just general computer access was one of the priorities of the plan, and I think we've moved beyond that. And you want to make sure that all communities have access. Commissioner Mangum.
Yes, I would say it's very important that everyone has access to Wi-Fi. For example, some children, if their parents can't afford the Wi-Fi, they can use the free Wi-Fi to do their homework assignments, email their teachers. So there are a lot of uses, it's important for us to have free Wi-Fi.
So let's examine that a little further. Let's say this is a really good idea, and we do that, and businesses are on board. They go, that's great. Less people sitting around doing nothing in our place of business, because there's people, Pete's Cafe, for years, you could go in there and buy a cappuccino, and if you wanted to use their Wi-Fi, you had to get a receipt from them with a code. You could use it for an hour so that you wouldn't have people sitting there, because it was right up against the campus. You'd have kids sitting there for all day long, one cup of coffee and sitting at their desk working all day long, and that it would be not productive for the economics of that business. So they did that. In the sense that you're saying we need to create access to the internet for all, which I recognize and agree with that. Who's providing that and who is paying for that? Is that going to become a cost the city's going to bear, and or how do we do that? Because that's I don't understand how we do that.
I think in part we want to make sure that the infrastructure is in place so that can happen. There have been at least low-cost broadband programs. Who knows what's going to happen in the next year or two, but that is kind of a part of. Usually, it's been kind of a government, federal government program with the internet service providers. But again, who knows?
Right, but someone's paying to maintain, create, support that service as a benefit to the community. So we'd have to, if we're going to say that, we need to also consider that.
Well, generally, it is part of kind of the internet providers' kind of community benefits thing that they do.
So that would not be.
Wouldn't be a city cost.
I see. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes.
My question with this, I mean, it's a great idea. I just, I think back to, when college campuses expanded Wi-Fi internet coverage all over their campuses, and large campuses like Northwestern or Loyola or UIC, and this was back in about the early aughts, late 90s, where it's like, we're going to have a hotspot outside the library, and students used to hang out right outside the library. Then they expanded it to the quad, to the whole, and it's blanketed everywhere. And I remember some towns being I can't even remember what they're called. They're like Google communities, and I think Tulsa was one of them. Google was going to set up Wi-Fi all over the town and on every street pole. This was like the wave of the future. And that was 20, 25 years ago. And it hasn't spread everywhere. And I can't think of any towns in the United States or cities in the United States that have what we're talking about today. And that's not a reason to not do it. But I'm just kind of wondering if the widespread adoption of 5G kind of makes broadly available Wi-Fi almost like a backwards looking technology. That, the widespread adoption of you know, way more people have smartphones than have laptops or desktop computers. And it just, I hesitate to put something in the comp plan that's on a 20-year horizon, because, I mean, who knows, maybe 5 years from now, we won't be using 5G and we'll all be, our phones will go straight to Starlink. And then we're talking about something that's obsolete in our comp plan. So, you know, I guess I would put up for an idea for discussion, modification of, you know, some kind of language about encouraging and fostering the widespread availability of internet
Right.
access to the general community, rather than being so specific to say, well, it's going to be Wi-Fi and it's going to be a public utility and it's going to be paid for by the city of Evanston and the cost is going to flow to the taxpayers. Just something more general to get at the spirit of what Carol is suggesting, and get away from some of these more thorny, like, detail questions. So that's just a suggestion.
Perhaps we should say ensure universal internet access across all neighborhoods, period.
But that
I think ensures a little
that
too
doesn't
strong.
say that suggests that
Encourage or promote.
So
Explore options.
Yeah, that
two
would be
points.
fine.
That Google thing that you were talking about, Evanston threw their hat into the ring for that when it came out, and Evanston got passed on it. So, and I think that if we're going to agree that we need to find a way to create access to the internet, maybe we could say something to the effect that ensure or promote citywide access to the wireless access to the internet based on prevailing technologies.
That's good.
Something like that. And the other thing is, the other reason why that example I gave about Pete's failed is because, like what you just said, everybody's got their own hotspots now on their phones. So they didn't need it. So you're right about that. So maybe what we need to do is just do what we just said.
I mean, what we're discussing is the digital divide, right? And so to the point about kids, I mean, we saw this in the pandemic, right? My kid was in D65 and she had internet and her classmate didn't, and it was terrible. And I think that we could just be as simple as address the digital divide, and we could sort of see what technology comes or something like that. I think we all agree conceptually, and it should be vague to your point that technology is quickly changing.
So how about when we make a motion, we ask staff to come up with language that is in line with the spirit of promoting digital access, but generalized in nature. Would that satisfy everybody?
Wireless.
Sorry?
Wireless.
Okay.
These guys suggest that we've got to run fiber, or we don't have wires out there. And I think that's a separate issue. It does exist.
Okay.
We want portability.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on the community systems, the proposed additional language? The last two bullets strike me as oddly, sort of to Brian's point about how specific do we want to get on things, they strike me as oddly specific relative to most of the plan to address the police headquarters and 2100 Ridge Avenue. So I'm not sure where they came from, but it doesn't necessarily sound like they fit in the plan as we've been going.
I agree. I think they just don't belong in a comp plan.
So I kind of have a little different take on that. There may be a way to say it without saying it exactly, because we absolutely have to replace this police department. It's demoralizing. I talk to police officers every day. I see them at Cuppatall, where I tend to go, and I make a point of asking them. And a lot of these guys say it's a horrible place to work. We like our job, but the place is horrible. And it really is. I mean, it's like, go to Skokie and see their police department. It's like majestic compared to what we have. You're meeting police officers in the vestibule. I mean, it's just wrong. So, and it's dated, it's archaic. And the Civic Center, there's really no practical use for the existing design of that facility. It's so outdated from the current usage that we would contemplate that maybe what needs to be said is something that combines this. When I say it without saying it, say something to the effect that identify decaying and functionally obsolete buildings held by the city and take necessary steps to repair and replace them to meet the needs of our whatever we, something along that type.
Yeah.
So we're not like honing in on one building, but we're saying broadly, we got to do this.
Yeah, although both of those are on the city council's agenda.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why, in the short term at least, they may be decided in the next year, I would imagine, or a year and a half. But I think that it's kind of, I think it's important to acknowledge that there are a couple of, city buildings that the city needs to address in the short term rather than the long term.
So can we do this for the practical purposes of addressing this? Can we make I'm thinking about making a motion to approve the suggestions as is, with the exception of the one about broadband, CS 4.6, and then the last two bullets on the page we're looking at, to hold those and let staff come back to us with some more generalized language in the spirit of the discussion here. So then we'll see it next meeting, and everything else we can approve.
Second.
Max, can I make a suggestion? I liked what Jerusha's suggestion for saying it but not saying it. But I would like something when staff drafts something to encompass those last two bullet points about the police headquarters and the civic center to include something in there about best future use of the building, and that not necessarily has to be it could be adaptive reuse, renovation, sale, adaptive reuse, to preserve the building. The city could sell it. I mean, I'm not a developer, I'm not an architect, but if somebody wants to make the police headquarters into an office building and keep the facade, because I do think that's important. I mean, and I just think, and not advertently here, but I think I don't want to communicate to staff that that the vibe from all of us, because not for me, the vibe is not to dispense with those buildings and tear them down and replace them, but just not continue to use them as a police headquarters and a city hall. But I do think that the preservation of them in some form, even in private ownership, is important to explore.
We do have the suggestion of adaptive reuse pretty much splayed out. So I think that's pretty well known.
Okay.
The police department, by the way, I believe, is a historic landmark.
Even better.
It's just kind of crazy.
Really?
And Max,
I believe it is. I could be.
No, I don't think so.
Someone told me it's on the register.
Regardless.
It was built in 1949, so I doubt it.
Is it?
Oh, yeah,
there we go.
Come on back up.
Please.
Center it.
It's not a local landmark. It's not on the National Register. It's listed as eligible for landmark designation for its historic purposes. There's been several events, significant events.
It's
that
in
have
the
taken
waiting
place.
then.
It's eligible under certain criteria related to its historic significance.
Thank you, kid. Okay. I'm going to move that we approve the changes as shown for Chapter 6 Community Systems under items for discussion, with the exception of the last two bullet points. And I'm just going to lump into that CS 4.6 within the packet, with the intent that staff is going to come back to us with generalized language in the spirit of the discussions tonight for us to consider at the next meeting.
Sarah?
A second.
Second, okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, discussion. I have a question about in that 6.1, the very first sentence: create and maintain a system of fully accessible public buildings. It's my understanding that the ADA law means that you have to make a building accessible at the time of renovation. So if it exists, it's grandfathered in, and you don't have to necessarily go in and tear things out to comply with the law, which is 40 years old. This word fully accessible, I fear that commits us over the horizon of the next 20 years to go in and renovate all the buildings. Is that what, renovate them to get them to full ADA accessibility? Is that what's the intent here?
I don't know what the current ADA requirements are. I know in listening to certain of the discussions on capital improvements, there's a long list of buildings, and we've made our beaches accessible. So I think they're, and I don't know, I would be fine if we take out fully and just say accessible.
I move to amend my motion
Okay?
and by striking the word fully.
Second.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Everybody's good?
Discussion.
Yes, discussion.
I think fully should stay there. If a building's not accessible, you have 20 years to fix it.
Well, and that law was passed a while ago, so we're probably right up at 20 years.
And I mean, I just bring it up because I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer or contractor, and I know the city. I don't know. I don't want to have us or me commit to bringing everything up to ADA accessibility without hearing from the city's like physical plant people to tell us whether that's reasonable or not. And I know 20 years is a long time, but we got a lot of old buildings in this town.
You know, I think that, one of my suggesting if I could do an amendment to your amendment, propose an amendment that this, the 6.1 language be reviewed by city staff, engineering staff, or the capital improvement staff to make sure that this reflects city policy. Or it's just, maybe we don't need to change that in the language, but I would just, suggest that staff look at this.
I think it should stay. We are obligated to provide accessibility to all the building, and it's, let's say, even in today's architecture, we're trying to make everything accessible for public buildings. It's very important to be accessible.
Okay.
So let's keep it.
Okay.
I
then
also
I'll
think
withdraw
it should stay.
All right, I'll withdraw my suggestion. Okay, so the motion is to approve the language 6.1 with the exception of taking out the word fully, and then requesting that staff redraft the last two bullet points to reflect our discussion. Is that correct? And that the staff also redraft CS 4.6. Is that correct? What I stated?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, but doesn't that say fully comes out?
Fully comes out, yes.
But I think a lot of us want fully to stay.
You want fully to stay, or you want fully to?
So I need to withdraw my motion to take out fully.
That would work.
Okay, so point of order.
Yeah.
Why don't we start over?
Okay.
Let it stay.
All motion. You're saying all motions are withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay, let's start over. I move that we approve all of the changes as shown in Chapter 6, Community Systems, under items for discussion, maintaining the word fully. And we also hold the final two bullet points in that section, and we also hold CS 4.6 in the packet in order to review more generalized language at the next meeting that is reflective of the spirit of the conversations we've had now.
Second.
That was the item about the broadband.
Okay, is everybody good?
4.6 has been pulled up as well, if you'd like to review before carrying the motion.
Is everyone good? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, moving along. We have Chapter 8. There was nothing in Chapter 7, the getting around, that we needed to discuss. So Chapter 8 is the environment.
So it's just these two.
It's really just those two. Any discussion?
I just have the first one, oh gosh, I've lost my place. Hang on a second.
The Institute policies and practices. that
Right,
ensure-
we're in chapter 8, the environment, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Institute policies and practices that ensure lakefront protection. It's great. I fully support that. 8.2, implement a deconstruction ordinance. Fully support that as well. I'm sorry. Fully support both of those.
Okay. All right, I would note that right now, the Institute policies and practices that ensure lakefront protection, if we agree to that, my understanding is staff will work to identify the actions that go under that objective. Is that correct?
If that is recommended by the commission, correct, Chair?
Yes, well, I would like to suggest that that be included in our, whoever makes the motion. Because right now, it's a policy without any action statements under it. Commissioner Berlin.
I will move to accept the proposed edits and ask that we have some actions added to look at lakefront protection.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Mangum.
I agree with the two proposals, but I feel like we should add maybe some sort of language to Chapter 8 about not having, I'm not sure if it goes under environmental health, but just like not allowing things that aren't environmentally friendly to be built in neighborhoods that are like, I'm trying to think of the wording here, where populations, let's, for example, the Fifth Ward, allowing, there's probably, I guess, ordinance, but like not having a factory built near someone's house, or I don't know.
There's a lot of examples of that in the Fifth Ward already.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Like is it Mayfair in the Fifth Ward?
Mm-hmm. I think there is some language under the Chapter 11 Health and Well-Being, but it's really kind of more of a land use chapter.
I mean, that would play out with like the particular like zoning determinations, right, within a particular neighborhood. I'm trying to think of how would that be reflected in the comp plan.
Well, let's put it down, and we can bring that up after we get through this piece. Then we can discuss some other items. Okay.
We can still work on that, but there's also a motion on the table.
Right. Let's deal with
Yeah.
the motion on the table, and then come back to that land use and figure out kind of what we want to say and where we want to put it. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. There's a motion on the table to accept the items listed in Chapter 8 with the addition of action statements that would go with lakefront protection. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moving along, we are now in Parks and Recreation. And we have okay, and then we have just one recommended action and develop a master plan with respect to zoning changes to increase pedestrian access through east-west streets from downtown to the lakefront. I'd also like to note, which is reflected in the Preservation Commission's materials that they sent, recommended changes. There was also action under 3.4 to examine the historic and cultural significance of parks and open spaces to inform future planning, use, and design decisions. That was in the materials that the Preservation Commission submitted for edits. So I'd just like to mention that was also something I don't think it was in no, it was not in the consent vote. So I would like to, but it was in materials we've seen from the Preservation Commission. So I would like to suggest that be added as well.
Can you repeat that?
Okay, it read, examine the historic and cultural significance of parks and open spaces to inform future planning, use, and design decisions. No, that would be in addition to the 9.1, which was the other items, the District 65 and 202, and develop the master plan. Oh no, or develop the native plantings we included in our consent vote. Yeah. So there's only the one about the PO 4.1, which is the master plan concerning east-west access, and then there's another one that came from the Preservation Commission. Yeah.
I move to accept the proposed change to PO 4.1 and also the language proposed by the Preservation Commission regarding considering the history of open spaces and parks when thinking about what to do with them.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah. Can I make a friendly amendment to just a slight wording change for 9.1, sorry, PO 4.1 to say develop a master plan to increase pedestrian and bike access through east-west streets from downtown to the lakefront. So number one, adding pedestrian and bike access because people get to the beach on bikes, and that's a carbon-friendly way to get there. And then the other part of the suggestion, develop a master plan, and then striking with respective zoning changes. And just because I'm trying to remove a little bit of enhanced, too much specificity, because if it's, let me dream here. Let's say the city at some point redoes the bridge on Lincoln Street that goes over the canal. And I've been in conversations with people who live over there, and that bridge needs to be replaced, and it might be widened, if I can dream, and there might be a protected bike lane, who knows, 20 years from now. And so there is, maybe we have a protected bike lane like we have going down Sheridan. So in that case, there wouldn't be any respective zoning change to enhance pedestrian and bike access to an east-west street. I just think that with respective zoning change is just a little bit too specific. And so I would say develop a master plan to increase pedestrian and bike access through east-west streets from downtown to the lakefront.
Sounds good to me.
That's a great idea. I got a question for you, though. We do that. It sounds wonderful. Do we need to think about, what happens when you get a lot of bikes down at the lakefront? Do we need to include some accommodation for parking these bikes in this sentence? Should that be part of the conversation, or do we just assume that?
It's part of the plan.
I would think that would be part of the master plan.
Yeah.
So
So you
is it
don't need to.
implicit, or do we want to identify it?
I think it's implicit, would be my thought.
Bike
but-
lanes means bike storage as well. Okay.
Well, it doesn't necessarily even mean necessarily bike lanes. It's just improve
Or access,
the access.
because when you improve the access, people are going to use it, and you get a couple hundred bikes down by the lake. That's a lot of bikes. So I don't think we have the capacity right now to handle that kind of volume. So if we create a pathway without, anyway, if you guys think that it's implicit, that's cool.
I think the language "a master plan" implies that
That's fair.
people are planning for all implications of what they're trying to do.
That's fair.
Ones that we probably aren't going to come up with right now as well.
So I move that we adopt 9.1, develop a master, with the following edit, develop a master plan, strike through the parenthetical, to increase pedestrian and bike access. And then also, there was something else.
The preservation, the.
Yeah, sorry, the
examining-
preservation language, yeah, on examining parks and green spaces.
I will also acknowledge, for the commissioner's point, that that is something that is inherent and something that was listed on the accepted additions.
Sorry, I missed that. That's the last couple of pages.
Great.
We can vote on it anyway.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Oh, okay, what time is it now? All right, let me know when you want to break. Do you want to break now? 10 minutes? Okay, let's see if we can get through housing. What,
Take a break.
take a break now? Yeah. Okay. All right, can we take a 10-minute break? So adjourn for 10 minutes. I think we're back on the record. Thank you. We needed a little break. I would suggest, rather than dealing with housing, because that's fairly lengthy as well, we deal with Chapter 11, which is health and well-being. And there are two basic sets of changes. One related to a recommendation to delete on page 80. I think it's policy statement number 2. So rather than you delete while bringing diverse residents together to create a strong supportive network. So instead, policy 2 would read increase community access to mental health care and trauma-informed services, period. And then there's a set of policies related to brownfields and environmental hazards, which could be a place for Commissioner Mangum's suggested language as well.
I do have a quick question, though.
Sure.
Why will we be deleting the language in 2?
I don't know. That was
So I guess I would
Perhaps-
say I don't see anything wrong with it, so I'm not sure why it will be removed.
no, just to shorten it or make sure that it pertains to everyone rather than just.
Oh, that might have been my recommended edit, and I think I thought we were just trying to do too many things, right? Like fundamentally, it seemed to me the point was just to increase community access to mental health care and trauma-informed services. That's all. It just sounded like, and let's do this other stuff too, and I thought it kind of muddied the waters on what the objective was. But if that's part of the objective, then that's fine. I'm certainly not opposed to bringing together diverse types of people.
I think there's a wording, we have to word craft that a little differently, because I think that should be put back, but how we put it back is a question. Because I think that what we're talking about is health and well-being for all people. And all people means we need to recognize that not all people have been given health and well-being in the city of Evanston over the years. So there has to be a way to acknowledge that, but also make sure it's not, that we're not pointing this policy in that direction alone. So if we can't figure that out, I'd support to put it back. Yeah. But I would look to see if there's another way to say that a little bit more broadly. I don't have a suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree with the spirit of what it's saying, but the current language that's proposed for deletion is a little clumsy. I'm trying to wrap my mind around how to put the entire sentence together, like what that means.
So first of all, this is not the hill I'm going to die on, and we have a lot to do. So if people are like, this is good enough, then I'm happy to withdraw this edit. It's not a big deal. I think otherwise we could say something like increase community access to mental health care and trauma-informed services, and also create opportunities to bring residents together and create, to bring residents together, or to bring residents together to foster a strong and supportive community. It's just kind of a grocery list of activities, you know?
Maybe we can cut the part that's stricken and make it number 6? Or no, number 7, I
yeah,
guess.
exactly. You could just give it its own. It seems like someone put in a number 6,
so 7,
but yeah,
I
number
guess.
7, exactly. You could just break it up into 2, and that would achieve the same thing. So you would just period after services, delete while, and then say bring together diverse residents to create a strong and supportive community, or strong and supportive mental health community. That would also fix it.
Yeah, well, you want to bring people together, period, to create a strong community. I don't know that it necessarily has to do with mental health. It's just well-being. And then there are probably some specific actions that could be crafted around that. Okay, so we have that. And then the other one has to do with brownfield sites and environmental hazards that impact health.
I have a question. When we
Yes.
talk about mitigating, what is that? What are we saying?
It would be, well, right now, the way we mitigate, particularly the former industrial sites, is to cover them with asphalt. But that does not allow you to, so mitigation depends on what you want to try to do with the land in the future. So right now, we have areas that are former gas station sites, former dry cleaners, in addition to the industrial land that is not clean enough to support, for example, residential development. So mitigation can take many forms. It can be cleanup, and it can be kind of capping. Yes, but I'm familiar with that. I guess what I'm asking is when we put this, which I believe it must be addressed in some, we have to craft it, but it should be addressed. The concern I have is, are we taking that responsibility upon the city to mitigate
the impact of brownfield sites, or do we need to say this is a public and private sector issue that the city needs to assist in facilitating said mitigation? Because like, I just don't, I feel like what we're opening up here is, well, if there's some dirty soil, the city can come and take it out, make it clean so that we can put housing there. Because we do have an affordable housing desire, and we were talking about this in several meetings back about looking at some of these sites that were industrial sites, and one of the points that I brought up was that it's not affordable if you got to dig out the dirt, because that's a really expensive event that makes the land not affordable. So you're starting out upside down there. So I'm curious if this is kind of a backdoor way into saying, well, we're going to do this, but then we now have to accept the fact that if we agree with that, we're agreeing with those costs. So
Well,
it's a wordcraft issue.
Yeah, I don't know that we're necessarily agreeing that the city should take on those costs, but there may be instances, for example, that there needs to be some sort of a public-private, partnership. Creating a tax increment financing district comes to mind as one possible way where the developer gets back the cost of the remediation. Years ago, when the Home Depot project was developed, that involved a sales tax sharing agreement to help mitigate the cost of cleaning up the Rust-Oleum paint factory that was there. So the last plan that we had basically said, we're just going to leave this to the private market and not worry about. We're not going to get involved in this at all. But there are environmental costs to neighborhoods. Fifth Ward, and frankly, the 8th and 9th Ward have those issues as well, because it's all former industrial land.
Right.
Probably a bit of the Second Ward. So.
Could we do something like support efforts to reduce and mitigate health impacts of brownfield the impact of brownfield sites and environmental hazards on residents' health? Because support is a much vaguer term. It might mean having conversations.
Yeah, and that support can come either then, we encourage you to do it, or, we'll do cost sharing if it's a project we, as a city, wants to see happen. Yeah, I think.
And
that
reduce
support
if we
efforts-
use, support efforts to reduce and or mitigate. Reduce might give us some leaving it broad for flexibility in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm asking what you think, Darush.
I'm processing. I'm thinking
Chair
that.
Mangum?
Yeah.
I think the current language, work to mitigate, is fine. I'm even willing to ask if it should be eliminate instead of mitigate.
Well, the problem with eliminate is there may be sufficient steps that you can take that, we are a closed water system here, and to mitigate versus eliminate are gigantic jumps in costs. So I'm fine with if you need to eliminate to get the property presentable for a specific use, absolutely. But the question is that necessary? Because if it's not necessary, mitigate might be a lesser step that would be sufficient.
But even if you did do eliminate, in total context, it says work to eliminate. So it's acknowledging that elimination is the goal.
Right, but there's no teamwork in this. It's just work. So it's kind of like leaving the city in the role of work on this, as opposed to collaborate. Maybe collaborate to mitigate towards eliminate. Maybe the word collaborate with public and private. Actively collaborate with public-private sector purposes of mitigating or eliminating the impact of brownfield sites on environmental hazards to impact the health of our community. Something like that might.
But do we want to necessarily commit, if you can get a developer to pay for the cost of remediation altogether, do we want to actually put the city in there or say it's got to be a public part?
Well,
to
I mean, the
support
developer
efforts.
can't do a TIF. We have to do the TIF.
No, but I
Right,
mean,
so-
but I'm just saying there may be instances where the developer has the capacity to do it by themselves and we don't have to do anything as a city. I think that's probably unlikely in this environment, but,
Right.
so I would either go with support efforts to, maybe just support efforts to mitigate the impact of brownfield sites. And I'm not sure we have any necessarily officially designated brownfields, but we all know that they're contaminated soils.
But when it comes to the health of our community, should we be even considering costs? Like if it's something that needs to be done to keep everyone safe, like if it costs a lot of money and it needs to be done, like isn't the health of the community more important?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean-
But one of the problems is that so much of this is, we're talking about private land where we don't necessarily, and if they're, it's been remediated for industrial purposes and that's what the use is, then, there's no incentive for the property owner to remediate anything. It's only an issue if the use wants to change. So I don't know.
Could we do something like engage in efforts to eliminate hazards? I mean, I hear your point that this is a priority. It is. We just have no idea the fiscal situation. I think there are a lot of things where you can say they directly inform the community's well-being. And so not overly committing to one piece of it, but committing to being involved in it, right? So I like your point about eliminating. And I think we could say engage in efforts or support efforts to eliminate negative health consequences of brownfield and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I have a question for the staff. Do we have a list of known toxic sites in Evanston that are like affecting the quality of life of our people here? Do we have anything like that?
No, we do not at this time.
Okay, so what we're talking about are known unknowns. Like we know that there's toxicity in the ground in some places, but we don't know exactly where they are and we don't know what it exactly entails, but we know it's probably covered with blacktop, like over by the train tracks, over where, whatever, Walmart or Costco or whatever is over there.
Yeah, I think the extent of our knowledge at this time is that there are various sites across the city that have conducted phase 1 assessments and have identified that there may be contaminants on the property. But as the chair has mentioned, there are, to our knowledge, no listed brownfield sites within the city of Evanston.
Okay, and so we have phase 1 exposure or knowledge of, whereas if you really want to get into understanding what's in the ground, you got to drill. That's a phase 2. So we're not sitting on a lot of phase 2 data then.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion just so we have something concrete to respond to, and let me know if there's a problem here. I move that this say engage in efforts to eliminate negative health impacts of brownfield sites and environmental hazards.
So I kind of want to move away from brownfield sites altogether. I want to replace that with something more, I don't want to say vague, but more general, because there are other issues out here that are not necessarily brownfield that require attention that would come up if in a new development circumstance. And I think that's like, maybe we're overcrafting this, but to me, I feel like this is saying that the city of Evanston is going to take the leadership role in eliminating brownfield sites, and we don't even know where they are. And that's, I don't know if I want to say something like that.
What about something like engage in efforts to eliminate environmental hazards that impact health? It could be brownfields
That's
or
a good
something.
start. I would also probably put something in there. I still want to tie it into, and I know you were concerned about the developer might do that himself, and that's true, but that's something that I feel like could be discovered inside entitlement, because there's a whole conversation there about what you're going to do, what we're going to need you to do. And I think we can have that conversation at the time of a development proposal. But in terms of having an acknowledgement that this is something that the city is promoting with the cooperative effort of a developer or a future developer, I think is worthy of impacting this text with, because otherwise alone it's suggesting that we're just going to make this happen. And I don't think that we are going to make this happen.
Well, I just looking at this, that would be, what I just read would be the policy, and then there are a number of tasks underneath, because I was just looking and the first bullet point, 5.6, was identical language to this policy that we've just changed. So maybe it would be work to mitigate the impact of sites with potential environmental hazards, something like that. Because I agree with, since we don't know what the brownfield sites are, that maybe some modification of that language. Because the point is we want to eliminate environmental hazards in the ground. So I don't know if anyone has any.
For cause.
What?
For cause.
Yeah.
We have it in the ground now. It's not doing anything. It's not
Right,
doing
right,
any harm.
right.
If we're going to do something like put 100 houses on some land or whatever, you want to have that cleaned up. I mean, it is kind of discussed, but I think I still feel like the duty of the private sector needs to be introduced into this space, only because without it, the implication is that this is a mandate that we're saying the city wants to conduct, and it's not discussing how or who, and I think that might be problematic. But that's just one person's opinion.
Commissioner Mangum?
In addition to your edit, I still think we should keep brownfields listed.
Okay.
With the
It's under, on the bullet points, it's 5.6. That is exactly what was the language. So that particular language was repeated already. So if we change the policy to, reduce or eliminate environmental hazards, that's actually a better policy statement, because then it addresses things like the waste transfer station and building inspections and, mold and, the
Tanks.
exterior hazards.
It's a little clunky, but putting aside the wordiness, does it fix it if we say something like, ensure efforts are taken to eliminate these environmental hazards, whether by a third party, it's hard to write it in a way that doesn't place some responsibility on the city, but this is a city document. So if we're putting this in as something the city is doing, it's a little hard there,
Well, maybe we have a second sentence where we say something to the effect that said mitigation will be contemplated in the planned unit, the PUD development process. You can just add that to it, and then you have that opened it up for dialoguing with the developer in question.
Yeah, well, we've got 5.7 talks about identifying the properties that could support residential development and make sure that those are clean.
But that's true, and that's an important thing to say, because if
So-
we're taking out brownfields, we have to accommodate, because it's not just brownfields. I mean, Cook County has the most underground storage tanks of any county in America, and we have a lot of underground tanks, oil tanks in Evanston, a lot of them,
Yeah.
and we have gas tanks, and that's not a brownfield. So
Yeah, well, maybe what we need to say under 5.6 is work to mitigate the impact of environmental hazards that impact health. Oh, no, wait, that's almost, again, the same language as the policy. So I
think your second sentence is a good idea, personally.
I just think, otherwise, I mean, this is really is focused in terms of the 5.6 and 5.7. I think would change, like I said, brownfield, but I would, in the identifying formal industrial properties, which is really sensible because probably, since we're in a closed community, the only place to add residential housing is either go up or out, and the only place to go out of any consequence would be non-R zone real estate. So you're going to hit environmental concerns on those parcels. So identifying that is absolutely, I think, important. But I think that when we talk about adding clarity and specificity for future development to eliminate clutter and all these terms that we've incorporated into the justification of some of this, to me, I want that developer to know that we're expecting you. And I'm a big pro-development guy, but I want that guy to know that when he's coming in here, he's got to pay for some of this stuff. And I feel like you got to understand up front, so don't act confused when you're in the room and we're saying, no, you gotta dig those tanks out. Well, where's the money coming? Well, let's put that in your budget, not in ours. You know, that's kind of like make all the money you want, but pull the tanks out of the ground. So it's maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but that's kind of anyway. I think that's repeated myself enough.
I have a question to Steph. Item 5.9, TLW 5.9. Continue to explore options to mitigate issues related to the operation of the waste transfer station. Is it realistic to say that it has to be moved? To explore options, other options? It takes a beautiful central part of our city. From urban standpoint, that's not the location for transfer waste, for waste transfer station. But I know all the troubles that will follow if we try to move it. So I'm asking, are there any plans, are there any perspectives for this transfer station, or just trying to mitigate the environmental issues?
My understanding right now is that there's a study going on that's being led by our sustainability team that's investigating options to address some of the past harm related to environmental justice. And so at this point, it's being studied, and I think that's the extent that I would be able to offer. I believe this was suggested by members of the commission, so I think, I would defer to them to speak to this particular action.
So it will be something like a study that will suggest some future precautions and decisions. Something like that.
Well, this was my suggestion, and I, the city has periodically tried to, eliminate, get rid of it, pull the license, whatever.
I know that.
And I think that it's a long-standing concern in the community, especially the immediate neighbors around that area. And so I think it's important to at least continue to explore. I mean, I don't know that there are any answers at this point, but I think it's probably something that should stay on the agenda.
My point is, if it's not realistic, we should not put it in the Vision Evanston. But if there is any, let's call it motion or idea to eliminate it, maybe we have to put it in the plan. I agree. If it's not realistic, let's keep it. Let's wait for the study and so on and so on. But let's keep in mind that, once again, from an urban standpoint, that's not the place for waste transfer station. Simply, it's not. It's one of the best parts of the city, and we freed so many along this corridor, so many properties, and they're flourishing, I would say. This one is like the spot. So That's my point. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Do we have any? Can we ask staff to help try to craft a new 5.6? That's about trying to, address, I guess, maybe it's work to mitigate the impact of environmentally contaminated sites, because if it's not contaminated, we don't care. I mean, that's not an issue.
Chair, I think staff is seeking direction from the commission as much as possible on language that you'd like to see incorporated into the draft. Perhaps you start with the policy statement because it is duplicative of the action 5.6. My suggestion would be that perhaps the commission eliminate 5.6 because it's already captured as part of the policy.
Well, I think we have language for the policy statement, which is engage in efforts to eliminate environmental hazards that impact health. What about work to mitigate the impact of environmentally contaminated sites on the surrounding area? Is that?
Yes, but I still think we should also keep the brownfield language because it encompasses so many of the properties that we mentioned before, like the dry cleaning, the factories, the variety. Also, maybe if you talk about brownfield, I know now the EPA has like grants to help clean these areas up. I don't know if they'll have it 20 years from now, but there are grants where the EPA will give people to try to revitalize and clean up these areas.
And to Commissioner Magnum's point, having policy statements and actions that we can point to in potential future grant applications is helpful.
How about this? Work to mitigate the impact of brownfields and environmentally contaminated sites on their surroundings. Does that work? Does that sound good? Okay. So, any other discussion on this chapter or these policies? Okay, then I guess I'm stuck making the recommendations since I have the language drafted. So with respect to health and well-being, I move that the language on 11.1 be accepted to delete bringing diverse residents together from that particular policy, and recommending that. So that now going to be an action, or and then it becomes a new policy to bring diverse residents together to create a strong, supportive community. Is going to be a new policy statement. And then with respect to brownfields and environmental hazards, 11.2, the policy will read, engage in efforts to eliminate environmental hazards that impact health. And then TLW 5.6 will be revised to read, work to mitigate the impact of brownfields and environmentally contaminated sites on their surroundings. Is that, may I have a second?
Can we split that up?
Oh, sure.
Just take 5.6 out and then put the rest of them in.
Oh, so you want to keep working on that language?
No, I want to vote on it separately.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to delete while bringing diverse residents together to create a strong community, supportive community from policy 2. And that will then bring diverse residents together to create a strong, supportive community will become policy 7. And then policy 6 will read, engage in efforts to eliminate environmental hazards that impact health. And then for the moment, we'll remove TLW 5.6, and then the rest of, except the 5.7 through 5.10.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that leaves us with language for TL 5.6. You have suggestions, or you just want to vote on it separately?
I made my suggestion, but I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm going to vote if we're not talking about it.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve 5.6 as I've,
Sure, I can. You want me to read it?
I guess, or I can, either one. Go ahead.
I'll move in TLW 5.6, work to modify it to work to mitigate the impact of brownfields and environmentally contaminated sites and their
On their surroundings.
on their surroundings.
I will second. And I guess, go ahead. Okay, and then I guess we should take a roll call, because I understand we don't have agreement, so if you'll.
Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson? Yes. Commissioner Mabadi?
No.
Commissioner Mangum?
Yes.
Commissioner Marinchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Pactel?
Yes.
Chair Linwall?
Yes. With, 7 yes and 1 nay, that motion packet passes.
That's 6-1.
6 to 1, I'm sorry. It's feeling late. Okay, now we can go back to, I guess, housing. And then finally, we have the community systems.
Well, I'll begin commenting on 10.1 and 10.2, which are H2.1. Yeah, which are commenting on, commenting on page 78 of the packet. So I see these two suggestions as two ways to kind of move the needle, so to say, on the current language. So we currently have, as a policy header, increase housing supply and housing choices, and then a sub one about encouraging a diversity of housing types throughout Evanston. So for the first suggestion, change increase housing supply and housing choices to preserve Evanston's diverse housing choices. I read that as kind of a step backwards, in a step backwards from the purpose of what we're trying to do here in terms of providing zoning reform and more housing access points, more pricing points, and generally increasing access. So I would certainly not support that suggestion. The second one I see as moving the needle even further in the other direction, greatly strengthening the language around starting with encourage, specifically because it adds the word all and every to Evanston, which I think I would fully support. I think one detriment of the current language is it says, encourage a diversity of housing types throughout Evanston. And I think that can still be interpreted to think that housing or that zoning reform was only going to occur in select areas of the city. And I certainly do not support that. I think we need to have a a forward-looking policy that's going applying everywhere, so that we're increasing access in these policies in every neighborhood, everywhere. So I would certainly support the second suggestion.
How do you want to do this, Chair? Are we going to just
think
talk about? Do you want to talk about the?
Maybe we ought to go through and talk about, we can either,
Want to do those two and maybe vote
let's
on
do
those two and then
Yeah,
move to the next section?
I think we probably should go kind of section by
Yeah,
section
okay.
unless we are in agreement on something and then we can take a bulk vote on maybe some other policies.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question? The second one, encourage a diversity of housing types. What does that line up with on the plan? Is that H
2.1.
It's 2.1.
2.1, and the first change is
Got
to
it.
the
I see it.
policy.
Okay, thank you.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I'll offer some thoughts. So I support 10.1 change, increase housing supply and housing choices to preserve Evanston's diverse housing choices. I support it as written and suggested here, and I do not support the encourage diversity of housing types throughout Evanston, change to housing types throughout Evanston in order to promote a variety of housing price points and therefore increase access to every Evanston neighborhood. We've heard a tremendous amount of contradictory feedback, extremely divisive positions given by various groups and members of the community. And this is not a broadly held consensus, community-wide opinion. Evanston is a community that already has a lot of housing diversity. In every ward, there's multifamily housing. In every ward, there's single-family housing. Every ward, we already have. That's what makes this community special. And one of the things that makes this community special is the preservation of our historic assets. And so preserving Evanston's diverse housing choices, I think, really speaks to the unique condition of the built environment that makes this community the loved place that it currently is. So I think that preserving Evanston's diverse housing choices really speaks to this is currently a town where you can get just a little bit of everything. If you want to live in a high rise, we got high rises. If you want to live in a mid rise, we got mid rises. If you want to live in a courtyard apartment building, if you want to live in a small condo building, small apartment building, if you want a single family home. But we've heard from the community that this second point here is going too far, and that's why we come here. That's why we have public input, and the public input does not support this in my estimation. So that first point, increase housing supply and housing choices, change that to preserve Evanston's diverse housing choices. I support that, but the second point I don't.
I agree with you. I've not been able to understand the intensity that we've seen, the need to go and reinvent our zoning ordinance. Now, there are things in there that we can look at to provide some pathways to create additional housing opportunities. But I mean, people buy single-family homes because they want to be in a single-family home neighborhood. I mean, people buy condos because they want to be in a condo. And there are people who buy condos that can't buy a home, but they're buying. So I think that we need to consider not just this. I mean, this mission has not ever been made clear to me that somehow adding a lot of units in an area where there aren't a lot of units is somehow going to make everything more reasonable. And I've just have not seen the evidence of that. I've been in real estate for 40 plus years, and I understand the decay of the dollar over the 40-year period. I mean, my grandparents bought a house on Forest Avenue. They bought it for 20 and sold it for 40. The house goes for $1.5 million now. I mean, this is what happens in an area that the demand for housing is so high. There are multiple bids out there. People are chasing properties right and left at this period of time because of a lot of variables that have nothing to do with the zoning ordinance. Has a lot to do with COVID, has a lot to do with cheap money, has a lot to do with fixed inventory stock. There's a lot of other variables that play a role in pricing, that the idea that somehow chopping up a lot and putting 4 or 5 houses or 2 or 3 houses on a lot that is accommodating one is going to make it more affordable. It's not there. The starting point for doing that, land costs make it prohibitive in this town. That's not saying we can't do affordable. That's not saying we shouldn't do affordable. It's saying that going out and just whitewashing the blanket change to the zoning ordinance to allow you to build density anywhere, I think is hazardous. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. That's my opinion.
So I just want to step back a minute and say that this, I know you guys know this, but just remind my fellow commissioners, this isn't the zoning code, right? So we're talking bigger picture here. Do we think the city needs more housing and more types of housing? Not, should we zone everything to 4 units? Should we zone it to 3 units? Should we not zone it up at all, right? I feel fundamentally, I don't disagree that the public is very conflicted and we're hearing a lot of contradictory things. What I think seems to be an area of commonality is that housing is expensive here. And a lot of people seem to say they're open to some amount of new supply. I think the amount varies, and I think the question of where varies. And I think those are going to be important, hard discussions that will come when we get to the zoning code. But as it relates to this conversation, which is what's kind of the global vision, it sounds to me, I mean, I think there's a Venn diagram of some overlap if we can step back from the specifics of where buildings should be or shouldn't be and how tall should they be and how many units should they have, to this question of, do we have enough housing? I don't think we do. I mean, I think it leads to a lot of really hard conversations, but on these points, I agree with Max. I think that we do need to increase supply, so I would prefer we not vote in the first change. And I think that we have to be thoughtful about where we do it, and part of being thoughtful and part of the equity that we've embraced as a community is making sure that opportunities are there everywhere in our city. So I would support the second.
You want to keep the current language, or you want to, which language do you want? The alternate?
On 10.1, I would like to keep the current language, increase housing supply and housing choices. Again, that doesn't mean we're saying we're going to put, enormous build, right? And then on 10.2, I would like to change it to encourage a diversity throughout all of Evanston in order to provide, so I'd like to adopt the new language.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I would agree with Commissioner Johnson that I think that one of the problems with increasing the housing supply and housing choices really, again, implies that the city is going to be proactive in encouraging that to happen rather than allowing the market to kind of dictate where housing goes. I mean, we're going to have housing development regardless, because the market, the developers are coming with projects all over. And so I think I would lean toward preserving Evanston's diverse housing choices. I don't want to, I want the diversity. I want all kinds of units. And I think that increasing the housing supply kind of inherently means we're gonna encourage additional density. And not certain that that's where the community is. And so that's my thought.
I'd like to add one thing. We already have ADU.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's citywide.
Yes, it is.
So we have, when we talk about development, the development that's coming is not plan unit, single family development. It's straight up in the air development. It's high-rise development. It's just like we were looking at in their rentals. And there are rentals that are at a very high price point per square foot. So if we're looking for housing that's fair and reasonable, you can go up on any building in downtown Evanston and look at the buildings that were built in the last 10 years, and they're all expensive. They're not affordable housing. It's not reasonable housing. It's expensive housing. That's what we've done. So if we want to do affordable housing, it's a complete or more affordable housing. I'm 100% behind it. I think we should do it, but I think that putting that on the backs of people who have bought a home with the idea that they're going to live in a neighborhood that, frankly, like where I live, there's a 4-story building on both corners of my neighborhood, and a condo building, and across the street, or on the left-hand side, there's another apartment building. Across the street from there are roadhouses. So we have a diverse, as the Commissioner was saying, a diverse breakout of existing housing typologies in every ward. So I think that if we're going to densify it further, we need to look at it from a standpoint of whether or not where's the limit to that? And is the limit, you're going to do 4 units, 5 units, 10 units? Where is the limit for changing a single-family home, zone single-family home, to accommodate this goal? And so and I know we're not supposed to have this zoning conversation right now, but when we have this in there, it leads us into that space. So for me, I feel like there may be a different way to craft this that doesn't incorporate, let me pull back and look at this and think about it. There might be a way to say it that speaks to the need to do something about more affordable housing without allowing it to just explode all over every neighborhood and impact every neighborhood. That it could be positive, it could be negative, but I think people have expressed a real concern. And I think we need to think about how we preface this when we put it in a plan, so that we're not because we talked about separating zoning from this plan. So when we put it back in this plan, then we're looking at this when we do the zoning. So I think we need to think about what we're saying here, because we're going to be talking about it when we do zoning. So
I would point out that Policy 1 relates to implementing a comprehensive housing strategy, which presumably includes the research to understand, the housing types, and maybe, what I would imagine it would include affordable housing, but I would hope that it also addresses strategies for middle-income housing as well.
That's the one thing I would just like to point out. I feel like this conversation always reverts back to affordable housing. And I just really want to mention, none of these things say anything about affordable housing. This is just a question of if we think we have enough housing in this city, right? If we don't, then we probably need to increase our supply. And if people, as you said, most of the building is building up, right? So if we want another option there, we free up more land, right, to do that. No one is necessarily, some people certainly frame this as a tool for affordable housing, but I think that's a little bit misleading. If we fundamentally think our town needs more housing, then we fundamentally need to take this resource that is constrained, which is land, and think about if we could deploy it for duplexes, right? Maybe duplexes and nothing else, who knows, but right, that's. So as we think about the big question of increasing supply or preserving supply, to me, it's not, are we increasing affordable housing? Anyone who works in housing maybe not anyone, most people who work in housing would tell you we have a supply shortage. They would say that before they say we have a shortage of affordable housing. We just have a housing shortage. It's one of the reasons rents are what they are. So if we really think in our core that Evanston has enough housing, that's different than if we think Evanston needs more affordable housing. And obviously we can all agree to disagree. Totally get it, totally respect it. But I would just remind you guys that the word affordable is not in either of these. This is fundamentally, do we need more housing?
But there are two. I mean, the alternate is really talking about preserving our diverse housing choices. So it's not even talking, about whether or not we want to increase or decrease the supply. It's silent on that.
Currently says increase housing supply and housing choices. So choices meaning you don't either have to buy a condo at a building or be a renter or get a 7-figure single family home, right? That's the choice, right? So we're talking about removing the language increase housing supply and housing choices and replacing it with preserve diverse housing choices. I don't think anyone wants to do away with diverse housing choices. As I see it, of course we want to have a huge range because we have a huge range of household incomes, right? So we want to preserve diverse choices, but we also want to create more housing. So
I guess my question is how does increasing density increase preservation of diverse housing choices? Because if anything, it's going to put the thumb on the scale for one category of housing and not the other.
Yeah.
So
let's
what's the goal?
Let's be really clear. So the 10.1, that suggestion, adding the word preserving in there, that is very much coded language for maintaining single family only zones in this city. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so let's not beat around the bush around that. I'd also like to just address two more comments I heard. I completely reject these comments that say the public has spoken, the public, feels really strongly. Yes, there's been very passionate comments submitted, but I reject the idea that that is somehow like representative of the whole city. Like, no way. It would be nice if, on the April 1st election, excuse me, it'd be nice if on the April 1st election there was like a referendum, right, on this topic. And then we would know pretty clearly exactly how the whole city feels. But we didn't have that. And the closest thing we have to that, and save someone producing a survey or something like that, is the mayoral election. Biss is pro zoning reform, and he won handedly. Okay, and that's the closest thing I can see as an objective measure of how the whole city feels. Okay, so I'm tired of hearing these statements of like, we're not listening to the community or we're going against the will of the community. I don't buy it. Number two, I don't agree with the comment that the marketplace should address the changes. We know that the current zoning code is restricting the market from enacting the kind of change that we want to see. And this guidance that we're trying to push is trying to eliminate those barriers so that change can happen. Thank you.
Can I suggest something?
Yes, please.
So my suggestion will be, because this is about housing diversity. It's not about housing supply. It's not about density. It's not about these things. Maybe it is related, but we're talking about housing diversity. My suggestion is change the 10.1, change increase housing supply and housing choices to preserve and increase Evanston diverse housing choices. And 10.2 should be eliminated at all.
I just wanted to clarify for the commission that those items in italics are themes that were called out by staff for organization. So it was not assigned in the plan or suggested by commissioners, just for full clarity. Sure. So the subheaders you'll see that say housing diversity development programming were themes identified by staff to help with organization. It was not something suggested by
Right,
the commission.
yeah.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion on that? We have several choices. We can vote on the alternate language up or down. We could, and if, which point that would fail, or we can vote on Commissioner Marinchev's language. Would you like to make a motion to that?
I make a motion for the following. I'm sorry. I would change, I'm making a motion to change 10.1 on page 78 from increase housing supply and housing choices to preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices and eliminate item 10.2 on page 78.
I would suggest voting on those separately because they're kind of two different. So then you would retain the current language on encourage a diversity of housing types throughout Evanston?
No, I suggest this point to be eliminated
Just
completely
completely.
because it duplicates the first one.
Oh, okay. All right, is there a second?
Can you repeat the motion?
Motion to 10.1 on page 78. Change increase housing supplies and housing choices to preserve and increase Evanston diverse housing choices. And point 10.2 on page 78 to be eliminated completely.
I'll second that.
Okay, I think we should probably take a roll call vote on that.
Okay, so the
It's preserve, the language on the table is preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices.
And to eliminate 10.2 altogether as a statement, as being duplicative.
On a matter of discussion, I'm absolutely not going to support anything that has the word preserve. That is coded language for single-family only housing, which I do not support.
Any other discussion? Okay,
Separate,
Are you open to splitting this up and voting on the first piece and then the second piece? Like you have two motions. One is changing the title and one is removing the second thing. I mean, we can do it either way.
I think that if we agree on the proposed 10.1, it's simply 10.2 doesn't make sense. It's
Okay, I don't want to hold things up. Let's do it.
sorry.
Let's go for it. I'm the first voter.
I think that's, have our vote.
Commissioner Berlin,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Mabadi,
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudenchev,
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktell,
No.
Chair Linwall.
Yes. Okay. All right, with that, moving along to kind of the 10.3 and 10.4, which have to do with development. So on page. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something you? No. Okay. Okay. So there's a suggestion to in it's policy H 2.3 just to eliminate mass timber construction as a item in the list. There's also an alternative language, 79. Okay. And then Okay, great.
Okay, hi. Totally, I don't know enough about timber construction, so I defer to others if that's considered to not be a sustainable method of construction. Totally would love to hear from other people on that. I am not in support of changing the current language, which is facilitate the use of new and innovative construction technologies such as manufactured, modular, and mass timber construction, and remove barriers in plan review, permitting, and inspection process. That's current. The proposed update would be update zoning regulations to ease housing rehabilitation and redevelopment of vacant non-residential properties to new housing. I don't necessarily have a problem with the proposed language, but I don't want to get rid of the existing language. Let's pull out mass timber to keep it simple. That's fine. I think manufactured and modular housing, I grew up in Oklahoma. A lot of it was terrible there. So it's factory built stuff. It's got a terrible reputation, but it's very modern now. It's super cost effective. For people who are interested in affordable housing, factory built housing is actually a really great way to get some very high quality, significantly less expensive supply into the market. I think we absolutely should be considering that. In some cases, it can also be greener. Yeah, it's a great tool. I also think we should be removing barriers in plan review, permitting, and inspection processes because it drives up the cost of development. The longer the developer is sitting on the land, the longer it takes before they can build, the more they're going to have to charge to get that property to cash flow. I think we absolutely should be, if we are approving projects, we need to just get them through, bring down costs, pass on those savings to residents, tenants, hopefully. So I don't have problems with updating with the proposed addition, but I certainly do not think we should remove the existing language. Although I'm fine with mass timber. That doesn't seem like a big deal if we want to get that out of there.
So
We could replace it with other forms of lower cost construction.
So your suggestion is to change the language and then add an action statement to update the zoning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for your help putting that into something clearer.
Can I
Yes.
make a suggestion? Do you want to go ahead? Okay. On that point, H 2.3, the suggestion that I like, the suggested wording that I typed in my Google Doc was just the suggestion I made. The spirit of it was to make it less specific, speak to the spirit of what this was getting at, but not specifically call out any particular technologies that may or may not be sustainable or may or may not be I don't know, around in 20 years, or just to kind of generalize it, but promote what that point was trying to get at. So I had on there the change to facilitate the use of new and innovative construction technologies and explore opportunities to lower barriers in plan review, permitting, and inspection processes. So kept this specificity about the lowering barriers for the plan review, permitting, inspection processes. Don't just call it, getting stuff built. But I took out the manufactured, modular, and mass timber construction just to say, just any new construction technology, anything that's out there, anything that's coming, let's address it as it comes. Let's let the city staff, developers, us deal with the specific things. If mass timber ends up being great and sustainable, we can kind of evaluate those projects individually as they come along. But my idea was just to kind of generalize it in the first half of that sentence and then keep the specificity in the second half of that sentence.
Yeah, I get that. I would prefer to keep it because these are pretty proven models, and so it's nice to be able to point to a few. That's my preference.
Commissioner Mangum?
Yes. I think we should keep the language regarding plan review, permitting, and inspection process. I guess I envision a developer cutting corners if you remove those kind of barriers. And since this is for 2045, maybe some of these things can be done partially by people and partially by AI. And that can speed up the process.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, when you think about plan review, is that like, if I go, I mean, I've gotten permits for construction for my house, and it's been very, very easy. Permitting, very easy. Inspection process, very easy. Now, if you want to do a plan unit development, you're going to go through an entitlement process, and I think you want that to be robust. I think you want to have a conversation with the developer from the authority that's going to approve these things. You want to have that friction of time that lets you dialogue and think about things and not just say, well, it's over here in the blueprint now, or in the rules, off you go. We want to be able to talk about things that we're talking about now with developers. So I don't feel the need to make any major changes in plan review and permitting and inspection processes. I would just take that out entirely. I like the update zoning regulations to ease housing rehabilitation and redevelopment and vacant non-residential properties to new housing. I've in the past mentioned about recommissioning garden apartments that have been decommissioned because they were illegal. And there's probably 200 or 300 of them in Evanston that over the years have been taken off the rent market, that maybe could be done very quickly and very easily and create a bunch of affordable homes and create the density and diversity of housing that we're talking about. I would say something along those lines in terms of, since we're talking about adaptive reuse, I would be talking about readaption of existing use. And so, yes, I like what this says mostly, but these are my thoughts, that I would make some changes in that regard.
My one response to that, and I didn't write this, but I really like the existing language, is I totally agree with the importance of the due diligence process and it being thorough and us being thoughtful and careful. I wonder if there's a compromise where we can say, like, look for barriers that, I mean, this is not saying stop the process. This is saying remove barriers to doing the process, right? I mean, it's great that your experience has been quick. I've heard from a lot of people it's not quick. I think I don't think the intent here at all is to weaken the review, permitting, and inspection processes. I think it's to try to make them efficient and effective.
I kind of keep always stumbling over the language that says remove barriers, because in many cases, I don't know what they are. And so I don't know necessarily if they ought to be reviewed. So I think maybe it's, identify, maybe
identify barriers that are removing or
something, or identify and remove unnecessary barriers or something. Because some of them may be, some of them may be necessary.
Why don't we say create efficiencies in the application process, or explore creating efficiencies in the application process. I mean, this again, it comes back to plan review. I mean, most of the people that are going to be talking to the city of Evanston for a permit are not going through plan review. Most of them are just regular citizens that are applying for a garage or for an addition. I mean, so I'm using the terminology incorrectly. I'm thinking.
Correct. Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's basically a building permit review. Yep.
Say
Learn
remove
something.
unnecessary barriers.
So
No, you're giving me a no on that one too.
Commissioner
Isn't
Mangum?
it? I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe we can come up with language, I guess, say streamline this process of plan review, permitting, and inspection.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I was going
Commissioner?
to say the same.
Okay, all right.
But I will continue if okay.
Go ahead.
I would say that, let's say, simplify plan review or streamline plan review. But I would think that the change that is update zoning regulation to ease housing rehabilitation, redevelopment of vacant non-residential properties to new housing. This is a good text, but I think we can somehow should not direct rehabilitation to only new housing. This is a very delicate item because different owners may have different intent for the redevelopment of a property. If this was intended for city properties, I would agree, because this is one of the ways that there will be new housing, there will be probably more affordable housing if the redevelopment of city properties is for housing. But if it's a redevelopment of a private property, the owner may have completely different intentions of a vacant non-residential property to convert it to residential. It seems a little bit like we are imposing something on a property owner with a zoning regulation. So I think the wording should be a kind of both simplified and in the direction of some alternatives for the redevelopment of properties.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
Looking back over my notes, that sentence that Carol was just giving feedback, and I might have to cop to writing some of that in my feedback. So, how about this? How about as a suggestion? I could make a formal motion if
Okay,
you'd
go
like.
ahead and we'll
Okay.
go with that.
How about a motion to let's see. What we have here is a motion to make the text facilitate the use of new and innovative construction technologies such as manufactured and modular construction, and streamline plan review, permitting, and inspection process. And that's it. And then we delete the sentence about update zoning regulations to ease new housing rehabilitation and redevelopment of vacant non-residential properties to new housing.
I second that.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. All right. Moving right along. There's a recommendation to delete developing an ADU financing technical assistance program. Thoughts on that? I actually kind of like that one. Don't know that we need to delete that, but I'm open to.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think we should keep it. I think ADUs are a good addition to the city.
Yeah, and one of the issues may be the financing and technical assistance. So, all right, may I have a motion?
Yeah, can I make a motion to reject the deletion of that section?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that's language stays. Then, under again, development, we have two proposed additions. Add prioritizing transit-oriented housing development, and then add including, let's see, 10.7. Oh, it was the database. Okay. Any discussion about that?
I make a motion to approve 10.6 and 10.7 as written.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Then we move on to 10.8, which is about establishing a down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers, homeowners. Any discussion?
Yeah. Some thoughts about that. So, I have a deep background in mortgage financing, and the down payment assistance program, there are some that exist right now. I would say that if we're going to do that, we need to collaborate with a local lender like Wintrust, because they do have programs there that down payment assistance, they have grant programs. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have they have programs designed for renovation, for home start programs. There are 3% down programs, both for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. There are straddle programs where you can get first and seconds to eliminate MI insurance. There's so many different ways of creating debt for purchases for first-time home buyers that I would urge that we collaborate with a lender of means that can bring in the consultative and professional knowledge associated with this assistance program, not just do it solo, because you might be creating a capital fund that you never get to use because the guidelines for lending change constantly. So you need to have a lender that's in the now that would allow you to make use of this or fulfill this obligation.
So this was my idea. I think that's a really great caveat. The background here, in case it's helpful, and this is something about affordable housing, a lot of research shows on the home ownership side is that one of the single biggest obstacles to getting someone out of renting into home ownership is the down payment. A lot of people rely on families and friends and some form of generational wealth, and helping to get over that initial hump. A lot of people have the income and they just don't have that initial pile of savings. So there's hundreds and hundreds of DPA, down payment assistance programs across the country, administered by municipalities, states, all different sizes, different rules. It's kind of weird Evanston doesn't have one, given how much we care about affordable home ownership. I love you're totally right. It would need to be done in conjunction with a lender who can make the underwriting standards work.
I like the idea. I'm also for the collaboration part. Good idea. I am concerned that without any limits on or any kind of controls on who this applies to, the way it's written, you would interpret it as applying to like all income levels. And if that's the case, I would be concerned that then a program like that would be giving the vast majority of its funds out to like mid and high income earners anyway, who possibly don't even need that assistance and wouldn't have the same kind of like effect that the program is trying to have. So if we're going to put this in here, I would encourage us to add some language to address the people and income levels that actually need the assistance.
Yeah, so that's a good point too. And I've never seen one that doesn't have an income eligible overlay on it. So that's that's the whole point. It is targeting people with fewer financial resources. So maybe the edit should be establish a down payment assistance program for first-time homeowners with low and moderate incomes, comma, in partnership with a qualified or with a knowledgeable local lender. Something like in collaboration with.
So that makes sense. I think that morally and logically makes sense. I'm not sure that it works within the context of the market. Like, I'm not sure that a first-time home buyer who you're saying needs let's take a house in Evanston for $500,000. That's right now. I'm not sure what the median price is, but it's significantly higher than $500,000. And let's take a $400,000 house. A $400,000 house is going to have a tax bill of around $8,000 or $9,000, and you're going to have another $1,500 to $2,000 in insurance. So let's just say you're at $10,000. You got $680 per $100,000 for a mortgage. So if someone's borrowing almost $500,000, they're borrowing at a pace of around $4,300 a month for a $500,000 house. So but if you're offering him free down payment or limited or some structured down payment program, and you cap the income you need is close to $10,000 a month to qualify for that. So you're at $120,000 to buy a $500,000 house. So when we do this and say, well, we'll give you this money if you're income deficient, you may be income deficient where you can't buy it. So we have to figure that in too. I want to get everybody into owning as fast as possible that they can do, but this is.
No, it's a reasonable question. I don't doubt.
Yeah.
It's fine. So it's not for people who are income deficient. I think they're usually most effective. I mean, we've talked a lot about this in this idea of missing middle housing, right? So it's oftentimes people who are maybe making 80 to 120% of area median income. I mean, if you really want, you know, if you want to get into the details, if they have the mortgage payment, they're covering the taxes, they're covering the insurance, they're covering the debt on the loan, right? But they don't necessarily have, they're not able to amass $20,000 in savings. And I mean, if you want, we can say explore the possibility of creating a DPA, but I think that it raises a lot of good questions, right? Like most down payment assistance programs that are run by cities and states get exhausted immediately. And so it raises, because there are plenty of people who have enough income that they can afford. I mean, people are paying $4,500 a month in rent anyway, right? They just can't save $20,000, $30,000. And maybe they don't have parents who can kick in 10 and in-laws who can kick in 10 and whatever it is, right? So then it raises a question. Is your DPA going to only help? Is it going to have $150,000 and it's going to only help 5 families and they're each going to get 30, which is actually the amount they need? Is it going to help 10 families because they're going to get 15 and they're going to have to come up with 15 from someplace else? So these are all questions the city could kick around. But it just seems like in a community that is committed to affordable housing, this is a tool that is known to be effective. And we could start very small, maybe we explore the possibility, but to your point, no, they have to have income to sustain a mortgage. No one's looking to make a mortgage that's going to go bad. I totally agree.
Yeah,
I guess what I was trying to say is that when you bracket the qualifying or eligible candidate to income, if you make that number too low, because you're worried that you're going to be rewarding somebody of bigger means, then you might be pricing someone by pricing down. You might price them out of the market because they're not eligible because they're only making. So I think those are valid concerns. I don't know that you can. I don't think you can create a set of underwriting rules for first-time home buyers with a down payment assistance program in here. I think you have to say we want to do this.
Yeah,
I would just say let's do this and let's bring in a professional support structure like a bank to facilitate getting the program the way we want it. Because
let's keep the language vague, and there's hundreds of them we can look at in high cost housing markets for sure.
I like the explore options for establishing, and a down payment assistance program for first time home owners. Period.
Yeah, and you can even say with low and moderate incomes. I mean, you can go up to 120% of AMI, and you're still targeting someone who needs help in this market. So we can either add the income caveat if it's gonna make people more comfortable, or we cannot add the income caveat for now.
We're
not going to make the program.
Low and moderate is really up to 80%. So keep that in mind. That's
okay.
What that
so then
means.
let's
So
not. Okay.
I would not
so
use
what,
low
can
and
we leave
moderate.
it, since we're not putting any details in? Can
I
we
would
just say
leave it
explore the possibility
of doing it.
of
Period.
a down payment assistance program,
Would
and
be
then
my
we can figure out
preference.
all the
That would-
details.
that would be my
Yes,
preference.
keep it as general as possible, I would say.
Yeah.
And then also, don't say like one bank, multiple banks should be able to participate.
Yeah, we'll
or
just
credit
explore the possibility, and then we can figure it all out.
Okay. All right. May I have a motion on that language?
I move to have it say explore the possibility of establishing a down payment assistance program for first-time homeowners.
Possibility or options? I'd like options. Go ahead.
I like established because that's firm. We're going to do it. Let's establish a down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers, collaborating with a local lending institution. That's all I would say, and just leave it at that, because that's what you're going to have to do. But I think we want to establish. I don't think we want to explore it. Let's be bold and say we're going to do it. Let's do it.
But earlier you mentioned costs. So where will the money come from? It's a great idea, but
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I like to explore the options.
Okay.
All right,
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Well, do we have we have a motion on the table? We don't have a
It's
second.
fine.
We don't have a second.
Wait,
What?
But did Lauren's motion add the with a local qualified lender
No.
appendix to the end? Can we do that? Can we?
All right.
Let it, man.
Darush is wanting in there.
Okay.
Okay, so my recommendation is, for now, explore establishing a down payment assistance program for income eligible first-time homeowners in collaboration with a local financial institution. with local financial institutions.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay. And finally, we have two topics, 10.9 and 10.9 deals with brownfields and environmental hazards. The language, I would suggest adding promote and prioritize cleanup of disused, underused brownfield and environmentally contaminated sites and guide construction. So I just want to add environmentally contaminated sites because they may or may not be brownfields.
Can you see 4?
So it would read, promote and prioritize cleanup of disused / underused brownfield and environmentally contaminated sites and guide construction of new housing to those locations and away from demolition of existing housing.
Is that a motion?
Sure, that would be my
Se-
motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And finally, in this section, it relates to study and implement opportunities for property tax relief for Evanston residents, increasing housing affordability.
Honestly, I feel the same way about this now that we've talked about the down payment assistance, which is I'm not willing to commit to doing it because it is money from the city but I'm happy to study it. And I think we would need to also say income eligible somewhere in there, right? Because presumably we would be talking about property relief for people for whom it is difficult financially.
So what if we just strike the and implement?
Yeah, study opportunities for property tax relief for income eligible Evanston residents. I don't think we need increasing housing affordability. We certainly can.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to edit that add to study opportunities for property tax relief for income eligible Evanston residents, period.
I second that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I the income eligible part, I'm hesitant to include that. I would prefer to go with general property tax relief because the components of our property tax bills, there's like a dozen different lines on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure about the, what this is kind of speaking to is, here, I'll stop rambling. We had a speaker here a couple meetings ago, and he's come and spoken several times, and he said, you guys talk about affordability. My property taxes have almost doubled in the last 6 or 7 years. And he, kind of struck me as, oh yeah, that's not something we really have in here. We don't really talk about a component of affordability in our community is, that property taxes are really high here. I mean, we're a high tax jurisdiction. And so that's why I put in that increasing of housing affordability, and I'm fine with taking that clause out, but kind of targeting at, and telling, well, D65 or 202, you should, tighten your belt a little bit. And then, I don't know, that property tax savings is going to be distributed somehow throughout different parcel payers. I just kind of don't know how that would work from the taxing bodies. I mean, they come up with their assessment, they divide it by the value of the properties across the city. And so I would rather have just general study opportunities for property tax relief for Evanston residents.
Because we're just studying.
Yeah.
We're not necessarily implementing anything because who knows if it's even possible to do.
I mean, I hear you, and I'm not going to go to the mat on this one either. I'm just going to say that property tax relief is effectively a subsidy. and we're taking money in a we live in a high tax community, thus we are subsidizing homeowners by reducing their property tax bill. If we are offering that to people who can afford to take the full amount and pay it, we are taking city funds and giving them effectively to people who can afford the house that they are in, even if taxes have gone up. I don't think it's a good use of city resources. So I'm hesitant to not. I mean, we had income eligible as an important piece on this idea that we're going to help people to move in. It seems like we're going to help people to stay in home ownership. It should also be based on income eligibility. So it seems to me like a pretty obvious thing to layer in, personally.
I mean, is that something that a municipality could even do? I mean, I'm thinking about the cross subsidies for property taxes. You know, you have the state allows seniors to have a little bit of a subsidy, and then everybody else makes up for that. Homeowners of your homestead, you get that exemption, and then people that own second homes pay more to subsidize the homestead exemption. So is that? But I'm not familiar with those being deployed at a municipal level. So
Yeah, I don't know enough about tax policy. All I'm saying is I want to avoid a situation. I just want to make clear that we would be offering this. It would matter how much you can afford to pay before we would do this for people.
Yeah, and my understanding is that this is currently something that the city is considering as part of the circuit breaker policy discussions that are going on. It's a council member referral. So this is actually something the city is currently actively researching already.
And it is this would be a possibility to be applied to the city's lines on the tax bill. It wouldn't apply to like just District 202.
That's my
65.
understanding, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's been necessarily defined at this point, but I just wanted to let the commission know that this is a topic that other commissions are currently evaluating across the city. So the specificity of what tax relief would be provided from what entities is still part of what is being evaluated.
Okay. And such a thing wouldn't require an act of the legislature, like Evanston, like the city council could do this.
I think it's
I
still
think
it's still being
I think it would
explored.
depend
And
on-
so
on
again,
what-
this is not one that is necessarily fully fleshed out at this point. It is in discussion and exploring our options as a municipality. So it's a referral from city council members.
Commissioner Mangum, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're able to do this since our property tax bills come from the Cook County Assessor's Office. So I'm not sure if we should even include it in this document. That's what I was going to say.
I think we leave it. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Study and implement opportunities. If there's an opportunity, let's implement it. If there's not, we don't. It's just pretty much right on, spot on. We don't know what, maybe someone will come up. There's always a genius in the room that comes up with something. So, maybe something will come up.
I think I'd just as soon take out, just study the opportunities. And if it turns out that there is something, the city council can decide to implement it. It doesn't mean that this is the policy. So I would take out implement because I don't know that we have all that control over what the Cook County does, for example, or the state legislature. So do we have a motion on the table?
There is a motion on the table.
Okay, and would you restate it?
Which is study opportunities for property tax relief for income eligible Evanston residents.
Okay, and that had a second, I believe?
There is.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, well, we've gotten through all of the chapters with policy and action statements. Before we move on to chapter 2, the What We Heard chapter, which we also have to struggle with for a few minutes, we have gotten, or the Environment Board and the Preservation Commission both provided inline edits with some policies, which I think we've mostly addressed, and some edits that are will be dealt with by staff. But I think for the record, I would like to move that to the extent that we didn't change policy statements this evening that would be in conflict with what they submitted, that we accept their recommendations and direct staff to include them in for the next update. Is that?
To clarify,
Yes.
when we started with our presentation, we emphasized the fact that things that were duplicative or agreed upon by a majority of the commission were not included for discussion and voting. So those items will be available
Right.
in your next draft.
Right. No,
But that
and-
was nothing that was intentionally
No,
left
I'm
out
not.
or omitted.
I'm not suggesting they were. I just think for the record, I would like to move that we make sure that the materials we got from other boards and commissions that we may or may not have discussed this evening will be incorporated into the May 21st draft, just for clarity. Could I have a second to that motion? So there were, edits. We discussed the additional policy that was, or action item that was included in the preservation draft. The Environment Board suggested other things as well. We'll have an opportunity on May 21st to discuss any ones that we have questions about, but I just want to make sure for the record that they know that the items are going to find their way into the next draft.
Is this just the Environment Board?
Environment Board and the Preservation Commission.
Yeah.
They were the only ones that submitted.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what Aaron said, that's already in the intent. So you're welcome to take a vote on it, but that's already
Yeah,
what we're doing.
I just would for the record so that they know that's the
Looking
intent.
for a motion?
Yes, I made the motion, I think.
Okay, second your motion.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Now the last chapter we have to address tonight is the What We Heard chapter. And I think in chapter 2. So I think perhaps that one, it really kind of has to do in part with really kind of what happens with the, the bullet points, the language, and, whether or not the lists that were generated from the 2.0 that or actually the housing, the online comments related to the first draft, the 1.0 version of the draft are included, how much of the items that we heard in the primarily in the public hearings in January are included.
I'll kick us off. Is that okay?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Just gonna throw it out there. So I suggested an edit to what we heard, and granted, I only joined the end of February, but from what I heard in the time I've been on is that there's been deep disagreement in the community. So my sort of global goal was just, I thought this presented the discussion as if everyone agreed, and obviously they didn't. And so I think as a historical document, it's really important we capture the fact that people were very deeply conflicted. So I suggested a revision that would, so here's the current language, and then I'll suggest the revision. Is that helpful to people to do it that way?
Sure.
Okay. The existing language is, the key takeaways below are based on public comment shared during meetings held from November 2024 through January 2025. These meetings fostered open discussions, ensuring a broad range of perspectives from residents, families, seniors, commuters, and other community members were heard and considered. The feedback highlights the importance of addressing housing diversity, environmental sustainability, transportation, and equitable development, all of which are essential for creating a thriving, inclusive, and balanced community, include shade structures and seating in high traffic areas. And then it listed these key takeaways, right? Expand and diversify housing options to accommodate a wide range of needs. While I agree with Max that I don't think public comment reflects the entirety of the community, I think this needs to reflect the entirety of public comment. And so to make that, I suggested just rewriting it to say, meeting attendees expressed a range of opinions and frequently provided conflicting guidance. For example, many attendees voiced support for expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wider range of housing needs, and many others spoke out against it. And then I think we could say, just have a list of other issues where people were in conflict, and then we basically can keep this list. I don't think we have to identify every single one. I think given how much time everyone's put into this, it might be a lot of work to ask. It seems like we don't get a lot of, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, in my opinion, to try to identify every single thing that people agreed and disagreed on. I think if we can just say overarching, there was a lot of disagreement. Some people want it, some people don't. Here's sort of the big things that people were not in agreement on, and leave it at that. I think that would be a cleaner, quicker focus on the juice.
Yeah, I suggested something simple, similar in terms of, what we learned at the Land Use Commission meetings, especially the ones through January, of 2025. And then I think I suggested something to the effect of, based on that, that feedback, 2.0, the current draft was prepared. And I, don't have a problem with including the key takeaways that relate to our current chapter structure, which is the feedback engagement feedback across all engagement methods, because that does, which starts on, I'm looking at this draft, so it starts on page 10 of the packet thing.
Yeah, so the section entitled Engagement Feedback, Key Themes and Priorities, that seemed a pretty accurate representation. So I'm focusing on the section before that.
Right. And I would vote, I would, rather than edit, I would delete the key takeaways after the Land Use Commission meetings. And the other thing I would suggest doing, again, the survey outcomes, survey 2 outcomes, which was basically the, there was a online thing where you could comment on all of the 1.0 draft plan. And in going through, I actually did go through and look at who said what, how many people said, what, and did a tally. And in reading of it, what is in the survey outcomes too, the list doesn't reflect what the public was saying. So I would just say we did it, that there was a survey on the thing. And I would say probably more than 200 respondents participated, because we just learned that there's a discrepancy between what was in our minutes from our last meeting and what's in this document. And I think, I don't think it's worth trying to count how many people responded at this point. So
Sure,
I would delete that bullet list.
Chair, if I could just clarify something. You're referencing the Land Use Commission feedback survey. That was actually the survey number 3 in the process.
Oh, was it?
Survey number 2 is related to the themes and the focus group discussions.
Oh.
So
well,
I think that may be part of the confusion.
Well, no, it's listed on the phase 4 and 5. There was a survey 2, it says, was launched digitally between November and February 2025, offering community members to provide feedback on each of the chapters within the comprehensive
So it was
plan.
technically survey 3.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Well, then you can, that can be corrected. But my point is, I think we should, kind of explain that there was a survey and not necessarily include that bullet point list, because I don't think, I think that the list, the engagement feedback by themes does a much better job of capturing that. I just think it's duplicative. And That's my thought. I think it would be better if we just delete that list.
Jean, Chair, I'd also like to draw your attention to the requested additions list, where we had called out streamlined survey data and table format under general themes. Update list, excuse me, that's about chapter names. Survey data concerning household income and the number. Expand on survey structure for both sections and an explanation. Tables showing different data. And streamlining survey data with numbers. So I would like to encourage us to continue revising the items for discussion as opposing to revisiting those items that have already been acknowledged and approved for staff to include in the next draft.
Okay, I think Commissioner,
So I can make a motion about one piece of it on how to handle the takeaways if people want. I don't know if people feel like we're there yet, or they want more time to talk. I don't want to rush us.
I don't need to talk, Commissioner Johnson.
But Aaron, are you kind of nudging us back to the list and then broader, bigger picture, substantive changes? We're going to do requested additions after we're done with, nope.
Sorry, the requested additions is already acknowledged that it'll be incorporated into the next version.
Okay.
Yep. So you don't need to rehash all of those
We're suggesting things that are
already acknowledged that will be incorporated. Yes.
We should focus on items for discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the motion I'm comfortable making, if people want, is just that thing I was saying about more accurately capturing the feedback from public comment.
And just to help Commissioner Berlin, that's item 2.3 on the content list for
Thank you.
items
Yeah,
for
sorry.
discussion.
If people want to do 2.1 and 2.2 first. I mean, on 2.1, I don't have strong feelings. So if people feel strongly they want to move the data to the appendix, that's fine. I'm fine to change the chapter title. So that's 2.2. And then on 2.3, I would revise the section to what I'd read, which was basically there's been a lot of conflict, and here's some of the subjects.
Can I just ask the chapter title change? I'm just curious the rationale. I'm not like for or against. I'm just hear a little bit more about what we heard versus key themes, priorities.
I don't care. I mean, I kind of liked what we heard, but I don't really care.
Yeah, I like what we heard too.
So.
Okay.
So we do not want to change so we're good with moving survey and engagement data. I mean, I don't have strong feelings one way or the other on this.
I think if someone doesn't feel strongly, we should just leave it. Right?
Leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
Yeah, so I can make a motion on these first three.
Okay, go ahead.
So the motion is for 2.1 to yes, move the survey engagement data to the appendix. And 2.3, revise the section to include all takeaways from discussion, acknowledging dissenting opinions. And then 2.2, keep the chapter title as it is, what we heard. Don't change it to key themes and priorities.
I'll second that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The next set deal with housing.
Can I just check one thing? Is it allowed to raise something about a vote? Or is it like we voted, we're done?
I think, well, go ahead and ask.
Okay, tell me if it's not allowed.
Well,
We really are asking them to list all the takeaways. When we say revise section to include all takeaways from discussion, so we're asking them to beef up that list of bullets?
I'd rather not.
I'd rather not as well.
To acknowledge that there was the dissent, the disagreement, that, yes, not every single thing we heard, but just to say that there was community disagreement. Some people wanted this, some people wanted
Great,
the opposite.
okay.
Yeah, so include all opinions, not every single person who spoke.
Well-
Is that what was you understood?
I think what we were saying is let's have a list that's not redundant, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to repeat the same bullet point 3 different times, do we? You're not planning on, what's the plan here?
I think that it would sound something similar to what Commissioner Berlin was saying, offering more of a perspective similar to what Commissioner Johnson was referencing, just adding a couple more sentences about the larger scope of the conversation.
Right, but not necessarily listing every single bullet point. Is there too, I think one of the goals is to try to not lengthen this any more than necessary. Okay, all right. Next are a series of statements related to housing diversity. I have a question on the 2.4, in which the alternate language would be adjust housing options consistent with the findings of the strategic housing plan while reinforcing neighborhood character. Do we know what the findings of the housing plan are?
We do not at this time.
So I'm wondering if so that the alternate language doesn't make any sense, right? Because you don't know what they are, and this was this is coming from as a comment. Okay.
I'd like to offer the commission also a reminder that as we were discussing the difference between a comprehensive plan and a strategic plan, typically these strategic plans would not be called out so specifically.
Right.
It is up to the commission as to whether they prefer that language or the language in the original draft.
I think I would prefer the language in the original draft on that one.
Agreed. Can I make a motion?
Sure.
How do you want motions on the whole section?
If you can.
I prefer it separate.
Separate? Okay, separate.
All right, let's go one by one. So then I'll make a motion on 2.4 only, which is to reject the change and preserve the original language.
A second.
All in discussion?
How about for 2.4, we say expand and diversify housing options to accommodate a wide range of needs while reinforcing neighborhood character.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Thank you.
Hold on. There's already there is a motion on the table. I don't like the term neighborhood character. I think it's ambiguous. I think it's easy to misinterpret. It's easily misinterpreted. So I'm not in favor of that.
Nor am I. I prefer the original language.
Okay. I think we have a motion on the table, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a roll call vote on that one. To keep the original language.
Okay. Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Rabati,
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum,
No.
Commissioner Mordenshev,
No.
Commissioner Pucktell,
Yes.
Chair Lindwall.
Yes.
That's 3-4.
All right. So it's 3-4 to, so what did we vote?
To keep the original language.
Keep the original language. Okay. All right. right. 2.5.
So I would not support comment 2.5. I want to leave it as it is. Support the existing text to me is sufficient.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
I mean, in this section, I mean, in our land use commission meetings, there was a key takeaway that I heard was a lot of people coming here and passionately speaking about both sides of this issue. A lot of people saying they really wanted to protect Evanston single family zoning in the limited parts of the city where it currently exists. So I don't know. I think that the change more accurately reflects what I heard in the meetings from the public comment, and that's why I do support the change here.
So let me just say one thing about that. You can support keeping R1 in its existing state and support expanding density. You can do that. I mean, that there's nothing that says that the only way to increase density is to clock R1. I mean, there's other ways to do it. You know, you could take industrial land and make it R1, for example, or R5. I mean, you can. There's a lot of ways to get more density. So I don't view. And since we're not going to get into the, I mean, if we want to get into it, we can, but we're going to be here till the sun comes up. But I don't think we want to get into the nuances of zoning at this point. But you can support. I mean, I believe, I'll just say this on the record that I am not clearly 100% in the R1 only corner. I think that given the fact that we support ADUs, and given the fact there's plenty of examples of duplex properties in current R1 districts, that there is a place to have a conversation about modifying what R1 means. But we can leave that alone until we get into that. But right now, I think what we're looking at is a question of, do we support increased housing density? It's a yes or no answer. And do we support transparent zoning? It's a yes or no answer. And I say yes to both of them.
I would like to point out that this is in the section of what we heard from the community, not what our individual opinion is.
Say that again?
This section is dealing with the list of what we heard during the hearings, and not
true.
and not what we personally believe should or shouldn't be. So,
but I don't think anything I said is in contradiction with what we've heard. It's not the only thing we've heard, but it's not what we've heard, though. I'm just sharing what I like. That's I shouldn't do that. So, sorry.
So if this section is what we heard from the community,
yes,
I think this key takeaways probably needs to say something like key takeaways from public comment or something. I don't know. We just need a little bit more reminder what this is a list of statements then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is why this was a section that my preference would be that we delete that whole.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, and just say people disagree on it all. Like some people want it, some people don't want it on a range of topics, because.
Yeah, and if we, agree that takeaway language should be done, then we don't really need to deal with any of these particular comments.
Exactly. That's what I thought we were voting was to get rid of all these key takeaways. And
don't know that we necessarily have.
Can I suggest something radical?
Sure.
That we completely delete chapter 2. It seems odd to me that we're spending so much time trying to debate what we heard, and it's almost like this belongs in like a background report for that is supportive of the comp plan.
I would support this You know my opinion. I expressed it last time. Instead of having the whole chapter with so many texts that nobody will read, believe me, isn't it better just to have a summary in a table? What was suggested, what was asked, and how the public reacted in majority. And that's it. I don't see how we can vote on something that the public told us. And we just, if we want to kind of show the public support or dissent with something, it's a simple table. This is the question. This is the majority of responses. That's it. So,
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, I do want to keep the what we heard chapter. I've never encountered a comprehensive plan that doesn't start with, or a comprehensive planning process. I've never encountered one that doesn't start with visioning with the community, and it's supposed to be a grassroots up process that we get everybody together, we have these outreach meetings, we do the Post-it notes. Many people have talked about, I've done Post-it notes, and you know, this is not the only city I've done the Post-it notes at. You talk to your local planner, and I think that's really important, because if this chapter gets moved or goes away, then people, anybody who doesn't like a word of this is going to say, "Who told you to put that stuff in there?" You know, so it's I understand there's like some wordsmithing we have to do, but I mean we're pretty close to the end of this page, and you know, to acknowledge the dissent, like we previously voted on a motion or two ago, to acknowledge the variety of opinions that came, the dissenting opinions, and then to wordsmith these last couple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 points we have, then I think chapter 2 is in a much improved state. Yes.
And
Elizabeth, please.
Yes, thank you. What I was going to suggest for the commission, because obviously you guys have all agreed there were dissenting opinions, perhaps we incorporate all of these suggestions, not eliminate what was said previously, because it does represent a certain voice that we've heard from during, you know, the meetings and engagement process. But there are obviously differing perspectives. So to eliminate one by adding the other, it does somewhat erode that recognition that there was converging opinions. So that's just one suggestion. Again, take it for what it's worth. But I agree. Let's get through these last few points.
Okay.
So I misunderstood, and appreciate you pointing out that these key takeaways are supposed to reflect what we heard.
Right.
I don't think we just heard one or the other. I think we did hear something stronger than other sides. Like I'm not, you know, deaf, but especially when you look at written comments, there is a lot of support. There's a lot of dissent, and there is a lot of support. And so I think that we could, I mean, I really think you could literally add the words like many people supported, or, you know, expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate, and many people did not. Many people supported, like, I really feel like, and that's where I feel like you could almost just write, people could not agree on the following, and then you wouldn't actually have to really change, you know, you just cut some of them and move them around, whereas there seemed to be more consensus around whatever, right? Like, I think trying to wordsmith each of these is unnecessary when the big takeaway is that people didn't agree. A lot of people don't want these changes. A lot of people do.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's a big difference between 2.5 and 2.6. So I'm not sure that you need both of them. You know, again, you can have, and 2.7, you could have both.
I'm just not convinced of the value of chapter 2. I mean, there is a public record of what people have submitted in writing. There's recordings of all the sessions. There's records of all these things. They can be easily compiled and stored away in a file or a background report. I mean, later, years from now, people are going to be using this comp plan, and they're going to be going to the particular chapter and section and looking at what it says as what is the consensus of what people developed in the comp plan. And I can just see someone in one of those meetings standing up and being like, but wait, in chapter 2, it says they heard this from the community. And it just muddies the waters. I'm not convinced of the value.
Commissioner Mangum?
I agree with my fellow commissioner who recommended the chart. Like, I think, yeah, maybe a quick one paragraph and then a chart that I guess illustrates everything we've heard from the community.
I'd like to suggest, because I agree with Commissioner Johnson that every comprehensive plan does have a, here's what our process was, here's what we heard. But perhaps what we need to do is take what we heard, and I'm not sure a chart is necessary, but it may be part of an appendix. So maybe, again, that would kind of shorten it. It would explain the process and the steps. And what we heard, and again, what we heard is now reflected in our revised document, because we've gone through the policies and objectives, and maybe, any kind of that sort of detail belongs somewhere else.
So I have a question. It seems that where there's straddling on both sides of the issue, it's focused like on R1. So if we look at these takeaways, is there, encourage mixed-use zoning and transit-oriented development. Was there any major opposition to that? It's a slippery slope. How?
To figure out where there was opposition and where there wasn't.
Well, I'm not saying we need to quantify it, but we can make a qualitative assessment as to whether or not that's a real hot button issue or not. Because, for example, if you look at the first one here, we could say something. We could articulate that expand and diversify housing options to accommodate a wide range of needs was met both with great support and great opposition. You could just add to that, and then address that. Whereas, and you could go down one by one, and if you had great support and great opposition to encourage mixed-use zoning and transit-oriented development, then say so. But if you don't, leave it as it is, and just go through each one of these key takeaways and qualify it as to whether or not it was really controversial or not controversial, because,
Well,
and then you have your index that you can go back and look at.
And again, the other problem with this, what we heard, especially in the beginning, is the 1.0 draft included the zoning recommendations. So a lot of the pushback, or a lot of the conversation had to be, where do you come? So that's kind of one of the reasons that I'd be more comfortable focusing on what we heard with respect to the chapters that we have in the current draft, rather than what we heard in November through January, because the conversation included a zoning. It included zoning, so that it was really inherently included in what the public, what we were hearing during the public hearings. So I don't know quite how. There were a lot of things that people said that had to do with other things besides zoning, but it's kind of hard to separate what's where. But I think that's a difficulty in trying to articulate what should go in this chapter. All right. So do we want to keep going through these items just to get them out of the way? And then we are done, I think. Okay, so housing diversity, it sounds like...
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Rather, instead of trying all of us to edit these, could we do what Darush had suggested and just say, do we want to say this, conflicting feedback or something, or agreement, or is that not going to simplify things?
Staff, what's your preference? And we can kind of go through, I think maybe it's better we go through one by one, but...
Go one by one, but not try to rewrite them.
Oh, no. I think we just say yes to... I think it's a matter of picking which version of the language we want.
Yeah, can we, is there a motion on 2.5? Because I know we took care of 2.4, but...
No, I don't think we have a motion on that.
Okay.
And
I
Yeah,
move
go
that we
ahead.
leave it as it is.
Okay. If this is supposed to capture what we heard from the public, we have to acknowledge that not all people want to support increased housing density and transparent zoning. So I would like the key takeaways, the line that says key takeaways, to say key takeaways from public comment, just so there's no confusion what we're talking about. And then I think we need to say for 2.5, I would propose something like,
I would keep
Wait.
the, go ahead.
no, please, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, we can keep the first sentence, support increased housing and transparent zoning. And then I would, rather than 2.6, I would use the support protecting Evanston single-family zoning in R1 and R2 districts. So that would become 2.6. So and we'd eliminate the current 2.6 because that's kind of redundant.
Can you make a motion to that effect? I like the idea of combining those.
Okay, so 2.5 will read, support increased housing and transparent zoning. 2.6 will be replaced with a statement saying, support protecting Evanston single-family zoning in R1 and R2 districts. And then the proposed language in 2.6 would be deleted.
That doesn't speak to the controversial nature of the debate.
Exactly.
Yes,
It doesn't say that, it's basically, like, I still don't believe that your first 2.4 somehow opens the doorway for changing the zoning code to an R1, whereas 2.5, you're protecting R1. So,
no, only if you accept the proposed change language. The current language says support, support increased housing and transparent zoning. And then,
Okay.
am I?
Right. So what can I understand
Please.
the motion to be? So 2.4 or sorry, 2.5. No change. The language stays as support for increased housing and transparent zoning. 2.6 gets changed to support for protecting Evanston's single-family zoning in R1 and R2 districts.
Yes.
Okay, and I support that because I think this is what we heard, and we heard contradictory things, and we heard both of those things, and it's key takeaway. So
But if you're going to put that in, you need to have a bullet that's also support for not doing that, right? I mean, I think we could just, like, there's a couple of these people did genuinely agree on out of these bullets, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just under the housing italics piece. There's 6 bullets. I think there's a couple, I would propose we just have a heading that says housing, general agreement, housing, general, people felt differently, whatever, right? And I think we can just group them that way. Like, I think most people agreed on the last one, for example, provide data on the stock, supply and demand, and needs and density. I think people largely agreed on the one above that, like assist people, assist homeowners, assist renters. Encourage mixed-use zoning, TOD, transit-oriented development. I don't know, maybe we put that in, there was not agreement. Prioritize affordable housing and protect against displacement. I think most people liked that. There was a question of where, maybe. Not everyone agreed where, but I think most people seem to believe we should have affordable housing. Support for increased density. I think that was really mixed, so we put that in, not everyone agreed. Support to diversify housing options. I don't think everyone agreed on that one. So we could kind of just bucket them into general agreement, lots of conflict, and just go section by section and not because there's very little that people, I mean, I don't think it is true to say support for protecting Evanston single family zoning in R1 and R2 districts. We heard that from a lot of people, but we also heard a lot of people say they support upzoning. And so if we're going to put in support for protecting single family for R1 and R2, we have to then have another bullet or another sentence that says, and we also heard support for changing R1 and R2. So it's just, that's why I'm saying, why don't we just group them into generally agreed and generally could not come to an agreement?
Maybe we just say that in the sentence that's already there. Could we do that? Could we say, for example, that support for increased housing density and transparency was mixed with proponents supporting both sides of the argument?
Yeah, exactly.
We
Sure.
can say that, and it's true.
Sure.
And that's not harmful. It's not harmful to either side of that because it is a true assessment. We can, and if we did that, then you're not setting up another category, housing for, housing against. I mean, I think you get into a whole,
Yeah, that's great.
I think that maybe we can do that.
I'd do that.
Can you make a motion?
Since there's a motion out,
Don't
don't we have to vote on the motion, or you have
I'll
to
withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my motion. So
Someone
now
say
we
it
need
for
a
me.
motion.
Say it for me, man. I can't say it.
No, I'm trying to think.
On the question of
On the question of support for increased housing density and transparent zoning, comma, there were proponents for and proponents against. And I think we could kind of use that structure basically down the list. And I think that would be an honest representation.
Yeah, I suggest we eliminate 2.6 altogether because it's redundant to what we just did.
I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'll second.
Can you restate the motion? I just
Go ahead.
exactly.
I move on 2.5 that we revise it so that the language says, on the question of support for increased housing density and transparent zoning, comma, some proponents supported it and some proponents were against it. Or some public commenters were for it and some public commenters were against it. Either of those works. And then I think we should just actually use that structure kind of going down the list where appropriate. Like, I don't think we need to caveat the last bullet, provide data. I think, and assist homeowners, right? But if people don't think that everyone wanted mixed-use zoning and transit-oriented development, then we can use that same structure. On the question of encouraging mixed-use zoning and transit-oriented development, comma, some public commenters supported it, some public commenters were against it.
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay,
I just thought you stated it better,
Oh.
Chair. But
that's all right. It's,
It'll
we
carry.
will get to see this again, I think.
Well, you can move the, we can move the rest of her comment to 2.6 because it was basically part of 2.6. I think she said support for protecting Evanston single-family zoning in R1 and R2 districts. That could be 2.6.
Okay, would you like to make that motion?
I'll second that.
Mentioning the same structure on the question of, like, some people supported it and some people were against
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess I would make a motion to adopt the chair's language for 2.6, support for protecting Evanston's single-family zoning in R1 and R2 districts. And then we would say some people were for it and some people were against it.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay. Any more discussion? I guess, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
What do we do with 2.7?
For 2.7, I propose that we say change it to create a more neighborhood-oriented approach to zoning, and then some people were for it and some people were against it.
Second.
Okay, discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now to Urban Design Committee. Actually, what we had were several people who came to speak in terms of establishing an Urban Design Commission rather than a committee. So
This is still what we heard.
this is what we heard.
What we heard.
What we heard was support for creating a commission.
I move to support or add this language for 2.8.
Second.
Okay, with the commission? Yes, okay.
Sorry, are we doing discussion?
Any discussion?
Can someone just explain to me what the purpose of this is? Is it not redundant with
What we just
com-
did,
committees?
yes, it is.
With committees we already have?
No, it is not.
Can you explain?
There used to be a site plan and design review committee. I don't remember exactly what the acronym was, but what DAPR? And there's DAPR, Design and yes. Well, before that, there was a site plan review committee. So it's changed over time, and that was eliminated by the city council. So at the moment, there is no entity to do basically design review other than us. And we have so many architects in the group at the moment. And again, this is what we heard. The language in I think the policy language talks about a committee at the moment, but this is what we heard from the public. So I think, there was actually a lot of pushback on it being just a committee and not an official board or commission. Again, this is just takeaways.
Doesn't Design Evanston fulfill that purpose?
They're not an official city commission. They're just a volunteer group.
Right.
This is what we heard, though.
This is what we heard.
So
Okay.
then let's leave it.
Okay.
All right, I think we've had moved and seconded. All in favor of changing committee to commission, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, Lakefront.
I move that we accept the suggestion as is.
Second.
Okay, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? No. Okay. Affordable housing. This again is on replacement language.
So I like the replacement language because that's kind of what we need to do. Create policies and programs that will encourage affordable housing development. We need to do that.
Yeah.
So that's what we heard.
Yeah, I like the replacement language as well.
Is there a motion?
I would, can we talk for one more sec? I would actually say we heard both. I don't think it's one or the other. I'm wondering if we can just combine them. I think we heard make space for affordable housing, revise current density limits, and create policies and programs to accommodate affordable housing needs. Or maybe we have two separate ones, but I don't think we only heard create policies and programs to encourage affordable housing. I think we also heard revise current density limits to accommodate housing. So I think both pieces are appropriate to have. I would move that we keep the current language and add the additional language.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Okay, any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor of combining the two statements?
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, we have gotten through the entire comprehensive plan at this point. Do we need to address, do we need to address any of the requested additions, or are we done? We're done, great. With that, I need a motion to continue the comprehensive plan public hearing to May 21st.
I will move to continue this discussion to May 21st.
Sarah, second? Second. All right, do we need a roll call? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're done with comprehensive plan. Now, do we have any communications? So the public hearing is closed for this evening. Public comment. I have 2 names on the list. Sarah Peterson? Sarah Peterson? No. And then I have Max Cotter. And then you're not on my sign-up sheet, but come ahead and come. No, come and comment. And this does not have to be about the comprehensive plan, but I imagine it will be.
No, but I do appreciate how hard you guys all worked together on this. My question since this all began has been the process by which we got here. And again, I'm going to keep bringing it up until I do get some answers, either from, I don't know who's going to give it to me, but I hope I do. I love the fact that you talked about the affordable housing, because I know lots of cities that do it. LA, I have brothers that are realtors in those two, and Green Bay. And those cities have done things where they've done down payment assistance for people who are working in the community. So as long as you're in the community, they feel like that keeps the tax dollar in the community. So I'd love to see if we could explore that a little bit longer. My nephew, ironically, he moved to Green Bay and he got a $10,000 forgivable loan, down payment loan. And so for every year he stays there and he stays working in the city, that loan will be forgivable $1,000 a year. So, this is for someone who's making like $30,000 a year to get into the real estate game. But the process by which this plan has come about did cause mistrust in the community. 40% of the voters did not vote for Mayor Biss, so there is no mandate that this should be pushed on. I think you guys have slowed down and really taken consideration of all the pros and cons that you heard. I actually took the surveys that were given to me from someone who did a FOIA. Believe it or not, I've got 2,000 comments on an Excel sheet, which I'm happy to share with you. But I will say the one word that's not in it when you do search find, density. There's lots of other things that are in there, safety, traffic, parking, things like that. So I just want to point that out. The comprehensive plan process, as public records will show you, that there was a lot of irregularities as far as procurement transparency and potential favoritism. In 2021, the City Council authorized the competitive bid process to hire the consultant. Tuska, a highly rated firm, emerged as a leading candidate in that first RFP, but by 2022, the city staff abruptly halted the process without council approval or public explanation. 6 months later, staff initiated a second RFP process and told council the first RFP was unsuccessful, which was actually not true. Staff essentially notified council that they were going to be initiating a new RFP. Council never voted on the second RFP, which involved a major change from the first RFP, which was to add the zoning to the comp plan. Ultimately, the contract was awarded to HDR, a firm that Zoneco, that subcontract Zoneco, which had previously developed the recommendations for connections for the homeless in 2021. The same framework is now our guiding city policy. So I am in favor of affordable housing, but I am not in favor of inside track on this sort of such an important plan. And I think that still needs this, if we're going to restore public trust, we need to be really transparent at every step of the way. So thank you so much for your time, and good luck. Thank you.
Next, I have Dave Galloway. What? Oh, well, I have a new list. I have a real list. Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. Excellent job tonight. It's wonderful to hear from all of you. It's terrific. There are two elements in the comprehensive plan that I wish were referred to more frequently. The first is walkability. In my mind, if there is any concept or urban attribute that is so applicable to the most laudable and desirable goals of our emerging comprehensive plan, it is walkability. Walkability reduces automobile usage. Walkability nurtures neighborhoods, parks, and places. Walkability encourages and supports economic development when needs and services are located within walkable distances of residences. Walkability encourages and is compatible with quality increases in density. Walkability promotes better schools and provides safer and less expensive school transit. Walkability promotes our appreciation of healthy environments. Walking is a major physical and mental health benefit. Freed from our vehicle cages and caves, walking is a major social interactive benefit. It promotes connection making, public engagement, and community building. Walkability promotes community building. I know I just said that, but I think it's worth repeating. Walkability supports placemaking. Walkability allows us to best experience and appreciate our beautiful historic built and natural resources. Housing in walkable neighborhoods will be the most in-demand housing and coveted housing in our city, any city, and I predict in the entire nation. Walkability requires well-lit walks. Roads have lights for vehicles that already have lights. Let's serve the walkers just as well. So let's talk the walk and let's walk the walk of creating walkability. The second item was the Urban Design Commission. Evanston has one of the most laudable and admired histories as it relates to urban design and architecture. Because of that, this city probably has more architects, urban designers, graphic designers, and landscape designers per capita than most cities anywhere in the world. So there's a great resource that the city can draw upon. And the establishment of a much-needed Urban Design Commission is a laudable one. It's one that cities with less comparable design integrity have instituted. There are plenty of examples of it. At this point in time, I would urge you to encourage the development or establishment of that commission, but refrain from, at this time, designating what its actual specific scopes might be, because a lot of that will probably evolve as the zoning is further developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Breslin? No? Okay. Jesper Senator Hoag? No? Gone? Okay. Steve Test? All right. Linda Damachek?
Is a little off the cuff. So this is really all about process. And so this is just kind of a little aside that the thing that you use for discussion, items for discussion, was actually buried and was found by a fellow attendee here. So you had in there items for consent agenda or something. So when you've got 177 pages, you're like, well, I'm not going to read that. So there was actually no heading for items for discussion. So the document that you talked through was hidden. So that just wasn't really very helpful for the public. Anyway, so that's just, kind of a little small housekeeping thing. But a far more important thing is a conversation that I had, two of us had, with Deputy City Manager Steve Ruger, who agreed that, and he made a commitment to provide additional public testimony opportunity for this process prior to the May 21st meeting. And he said that city staff would be able to provide the draft number 3 earlier than the May 21st meeting, and that he made a commitment to having it done as early as possible so that the public would have time to provide additional testimony prior to your meeting on the 21st. So he can speak to that at city council or whatever. He said he would speak to it tonight, but he's not here. So anyway, I think that that's, especially given the conversation of disagreement and et cetera, I think it's very important that the public get an opportunity to see the draft before there's any, talk about city council voting on it. So anyway, I think that would be respectful to all the people that have worked very hard providing public comment. So thank you very much.
Okay, Sheila Sullivan.
Hi, thanks for all your hard work. I'm concerned about the city administration, the process. They're still not operating under a fully transparent process during this finalization and adoption phase of the document. The document in the packet for tonight's meeting, I would assume is dated around April 14th. It shows all the highlighted comments and revisions, but the latest document on the Envision Evanston website only shows the February 21st draft when it was issued. The available document should be updated on the website or put on the website as the next draft to reflect that before any hearings or meetings for public comment occur, because not everyone receives emails from the city, not everybody gets emails from LUC. So I think the website should provide explicit instructions for review and comment on the document, as well as time limitations, so that people know exactly what they're dealing with. So it's like one-stop shopping, and everything about the documents on the website and what they need to do. Also, 48 hours isn't enough time to review and comment. This is a large document with great impact to the city. Also, people are busy. It's spring break for a lot of families with kids. So, a lot of people aren't in town. I spent my career at US EPA, and we gave the public 30 days to review any proposed rulemaking or any kind of decisions that we were making at a site. And if the citizens requested more time, we had to give them an additional 15 or 30 days. So it's really important to let everybody, feel that they've had a chance to look at the document. Further, I think that the LUC members, this is a city staff document, so I'm concerned about some bypassing potentially, and, especially during the revising of the document. It's not really clear to me what's going on with the comments, and the public doesn't get to see how the comments are fully addressed. I know that in the federal and state process, the public comment response process is handled according to legal requirements, but we receive thousands of comments, and some of them are form generated, some of them are just unique written comments, and they're usually divided into areas of concern. And then we publish responses to those concerns before we make any decisions. So That was another item I had. And then just lastly, regarding that perceived need to increase housing and density, if municipal parking lots are on the chopping block, which I know they are for being sold to developers, then my question is it fair to take away already scant parking from longtime residents so that outsiders can move in and live in Evanston? To me, that's irresponsible and disrespectful to those that are already living here and who have invested in the community. It's a quality of life issue for some people, because page 64 of the plan under parking states that parking lots remain empty for most of the day. That's not really true. Cars come and go all day, but people who commute to work, they're gone. Their cars are gone because they've had to go to work. I live in a building right next to a municipal lot, and there's a multi-year waiting list to get in that lot. So I want to know where the data is to show that that lot is underutilized, because that's what the document says. There is a part in the document that says that the city's going to continue to collect data on off-street parking, but the document already concludes earlier on that most of the lots are empty, or lots are empty most of the day. So I don't know how they can make that statement without the data yet being collected. So that was another issue I had, and that's all. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I think a motion to adjourn. What? Oh, do I have somebody else? I'm sorry. I missed you.
Almost 5 hours.
Yeah, well, it's been a long evening.
Thank you guys for all. This is a really great meeting and really worth sitting through, and everybody's been here for 5 hours as well. I want to thank Commissioner Mbadi for being open to considering discussing duplexes within R1s and R2s, which I think that the majority of Evanston supports that idea. I've spent the election canvassing all of Evanston, like parts of it that I didn't even know were in Evanston, and speaking about this issue. And what people responded to me was so different from what we hear in here, which is a very small amount. And there's a diversity of opinion on this, but there's a lot more pro openness to flexibility, just because Evanston is a very diverse in its zoning. You said, you talked about your neighborhood, which is not single. You have a single family home, but it's not. Your block isn't single family home exclusive, right? You were talking about that there was a four-story on that block and around it. And you also said earlier that when somebody buys a single family home, that they're buying it in this single family home only neighborhood. And I don't think that like when you buy a home, you're buying that home and you're buying the comfort of your surroundings. But whether somebody across the street from you has a duplex, I don't see how that negatively impacts your life or the quality of your home or the value of your home. So I hope that all of you will be more open to that flexibility. Some people have already said to me that the fact that ADUs are allowed throughout Evanston, that already we don't have single family home exclusive. So that barrier has already been broken. So why not have it open to duplexes? When you talk about preserved diversity of the housing, currently that we don't have that, because if somebody takes a duplex and they turn it into a single family home, that is not preserving the diversity. And that's allowed, but it's not allowed to do the opposite in a lot of areas of the city. Commissioner Patel, about the idea about a referendum. Previous speaker said that 40% of the people in Evanston voted against Mayor Biss. That was actually, he won by 63%, not 60%, and he also received a record number of votes at least in this century. The opponents of Vision Evanston made this election a referendum on, I'm sorry, now I'm tired, the mayor. And the community spoke on that in a way that they don't all come to this meeting and express themselves. So I just want you to take that into account, the larger community. It's not just about the people who show up here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with that, we can entertain a motion to adjourn. Actually, quick question for staff. The next scheduled meeting is April is next week, and I believe we don't have agenda items.
That's correct.
Okay. That means there's no meeting.
Correct. We will be sending a cancellation notice.
So the next one will be in May?
May 12th or 14th. It's the May 12th.
May 14th.
May 14th. Thank you.
Anyway, in the second Wednesday in May. So may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All right, all in favor? Aye, we can go home.